1, 2, testing. So we're good?
Yes, sir.
Lovely.
About to say something to test the sound.
Oh yes, oh yes.
We're good. Testing. Testing, 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 testing. Testing, testing, testing. What else can I say? Why?
You're so upset, I guess.
No, I'm not. I'm calm. I'm sure there's a reason why I didn't get it.
What would be the reason?
Huh?
What would be the reason?
I don't know. Even if I can show you my tablet, it's not there. Because I was here in the morning with emails. I need to send you an updated presentation. Can we do that now? Because I sent it to Chloe, so this morning she's replied much later. Says I'm going to send it to you. And Kotatsu.
Okay. Send it, Robert?
I sent it to, I just saw the WhatsApp now. She sent it later after I sent her, or I'm going to send it to you and
So must replace it
Kotatsu.
on
She's
the
not
slides.
at the, yeah.
Not somebody else.
You'll see.
Did you edit on the one that she sent you? The one that she sent last night?
I didn't even see it. I mean,
Because she updated the presentation.
yeah, we removed one slide as far as you can show me. It's not going to take long. We just add slide. We don't need to do major things.
No, because if it was on mute, I wouldn't be getting.
Okay, let me just try something. Sorry. Okay, go 1, 2.
Testing, testing.
I can see level, yeah. Let's say testing again.
Testing, testing.
See, it's coming through on the alt screen. I can see it on the alt. Yeah. Why is that got a different symbol?
Hi, Clubs.
I can see it coming.
Are you calling me, Claviso? Hi. I can see you. I'm here. I'm getting mic'd. All right, sure. Hi, mommy.
How are you?
Okay, and you? Are you back already?
Yesterday.
Hi, Bo.
I only returned yesterday.
And you're already in this thing. How's the baby?
It's okay.
Okay, nice. It's a girl. I wish you can give it to me. I only have boys.
Yeah, welcome back. Eh?
I know. So Mr. Musula is gone.
Catching up. Man, you can't even catch your bread. I came back yesterday and I'm here already.
I told you. She doesn't know.
But they can be. Sabang. The first 2 rows on both sides. The team is there. Not here.
I wanted to.
Oh, you want to work?
Why? That will be fine, don't worry. Okay. Okay, I think the sound is coming on. You can.
to close the door for us just before we start, such that we do not have distractions from outside of the venue. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Xabiso Majikiza, and I will be driving the program for today. Would like to welcome you to the 2024 MICT SETA Stakeholder Engagement Roadshows. I'd like to extend particular greetings to our chairperson of the board, Mr. Simpiwe Tobela, who has graced us with his presence today in his ever so busy schedule. I'd also like to extend a warm welcome to our Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Madume Madibana. I'd also like to greet our colleagues at the MICT SETA. It's always so good to be in Durban, the not so warm city these days. I think with all the rains and the wind, El Nino and global warming is really showing us that it is a reality for anyone who didn't actually believe that. And it's been a minute, hasn't it? I think since we were last here in 2023, a lot has gone on. But I think we're quite ready to dive back into the heart of what truly actually matters, which is obviously tackling the issues of skills development within our country, particularly within our dynamic realm of the media and ICT sector. And having then addressed that elephant in the room, it's also, I think, important to note that with us not having had an engagement, the world surely has not stood still. And neither have we as the MICT SETA. We've been out in the trenches fighting the good fight. We've been pushing boundaries and making strides in the ICT sector. And I think from the keynote address that the chairperson will share with us in terms of how the SETA is driving strategic interventions, that will obviously help us chart our discussions going forward. So we're not just here today to celebrate our victories. We're also here to learn from our setbacks and obviously chart the course for a progressive future within the ICT and the media sector. We obviously, as the MICT SETA, we're not just about numbers, we're not just about stats, but I think the core purpose of our existence is to change lives. It's about also building futures. And it's about shaping the fabric of our society within the landscape in which we operate in. And I think before we kick things into high gear, I also just once again want to acknowledge the incredible leadership that guides us forward. I think it's not with every engagement that entities would have their chairperson of the board present at stakeholder engagements, but I think this is testament to show that our chairperson really wants to understand the fabric. He is within the aspect of ensuring that we drive skills development interventions within this dynamic realm. And he will obviously grace us with his keynote address. And our dynamic CEO, Mr. Madume Madibane, who I think this is quite important to mention that his guidance and strategic vision have really propelled our SETA to new heights, testament to the stellar performance that has been achieved in the previous 2023-2024 financial year. I think from performance areas to strategic partnerships, he'll walk us through the journey that we've been on, highlighting these aspects and really invigorating the actual drive that the SETA has gotten from the clean audit and obviously charting us for continued success. We also have panelists that would be driving our program from our core division perspective. Our colleagues from head office are joining us here today. We will hear from our sector skills planning division. We will hear from our learning programs, as well as our E2QA and our 4IR division. So our agenda is quite packed with invaluable insights and updates on key focus areas within our organization. You'll have a snapshot of the program just in front of you, which will give you an indication on how the day will proceed. We are hoping to run through the program as succinctly, but ensuring that we do not take away from the aspect of engagement. We are obviously not only here to share in updates, but we are also here to learn, to grow in an aspect of continuing to build the relationship and collaborating in terms of driving innovation success within our sector. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it would also be quite opportune for me to acknowledge your presence here at the MICT SETA Durban Stakeholder Roadshow. It would not be possible for us to drive any form of skills development interventions if it was not you, our key stakeholder, and the partnership that we so value as a SETA. Before further ado, ladies and gentlemen, that is where I will leave it, and I will call upon our chairperson of the board, who will then provide us with our keynote address for today. May we please give him a round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sanmonan. First of all, it's going to be important to first apologize for the late start. And it's not because we wanted to start late or we were not organized. It's purely because we saw the attendance in the room, and we thought probably let's give others a bit of a time to come. And the unfortunate situation with that, you punish those who made it in time by waiting for those who are not here in time. But we also thought it's important that let's have a presence of as many of the stakeholders that can be. So we are sorry to start late. Otherwise, we should have started at 9:30 as scheduled. The second thing is that let me greet the CEO, senior management of MICT SETA, and most importantly, the stakeholders, that's you, who are responsible for implementing our programs as MICT SETA, because you are an extension of MICT SETA. Technically speaking, it's MICT SETA that's implementing these programs, but through you. So you are a very important part of who we are as an organization. We don't see you as outsiders, but as an extension of the SETA. An idea has been created here that I'm going to deliver a keynote address, and that once you say that, you expect some very good concepts to be delivered and in good language, English language, that must inspire people and get them thinking, yeah, we were addressed by a very knowledgeable person. I must have a disclaimer right away. I'm just a rural man. That's who I am. So please don't expect much more than what you can hear. And there's not likely to be anything that's really groundbreaking that we're going to talk about. My responsibility as the chairperson of the board is that of, amongst others, ensuring stakeholder engagement and making the stakeholders feel part of the organization and feel part of what we do and understand our business model and understand who we are and how and why do we do things. So basically it's that. And there's not going to be much from me, the CEO and the rest of the senior managers will be talking about the detail on technical issues that are of interest to you. But I must say, we must thank you first as stakeholders. The MICT SETA in the previous financial year, after assessment by the Auditor General, achieved a performance rating of 95%, meeting our targets. And I think that's a very phenomenal achievement for a SETA. And I'll tell you why. And maybe let me first even clarify the 95% and why not 100%. Even the target that we missed, and I think it's one target, right? Yeah, the two targets that we missed. They constitute, in terms of weighting, they constitute less than 1% of the business that we do. But because they are counted as in 1, 2, 3 targets without necessarily weighting them, so they drew us down to 95%. But if we were weighting it, probably we should be sitting at 99.9% of achievement of our targets. So which makes me pretty happy. What does it say? It says to me, the stakeholders that are implementing our programs indeed have understood where we're going and what it is that we want to do. We are in a sector that is very important in the ICT sector. In this day and age, we know that the whole world is at a high-speed development in terms of ICT and information mining, as it were. And some say today information and data is new oil, they say. And you need the requisite skill for us as a country to respond to that, what is happening to the rest of the world. We can't afford to be left behind. And it is why we have to be agile as an organization. And when I say as an organization, it includes you, to keep up with the developments and new things that are happening. And that's why I would expect that you, as implementers of our programs, take interest on what is new in this sector and advise us on what it is that we have to be looking at in terms of qualifications that have to be developed to respond to the requirements of the economy. At the end of it all, it's not necessarily just about the numbers that we train, but then the most important thing is the impact that we make with the numbers that we churn out in the system. And if we can't have that impact, we need to ask ourselves, why are we doing what we do if it doesn't have the impact that it's supposed to have? And I'm still arguing that probably one of the things that we have done is to deliver training no, I was starting getting worried. I thought there must be a protest somewhere outside the door. Sounded like a protest. So I'm arguing that with what we do, and we have not yet thought out of the box to create new solutions to the problems that we have as a country. And I still believe that we are doing what we think is expected to be done and it's normal to do, but we've not thought out of the box. I mean, simple things that I've argued. Today, AI, artificial intelligence, it's the algorithms that are there in the AI are actually as a result of programming by a person, an individual. And if that is true, anybody who programs any solution, they do that in their own context and interpretation of the world, right? And we must ask ourselves a question in the South African context: how many solutions in the AI space that we are developing that are authentically South African and African and respond to the realities that we have here? Simple things. And I was excited to see one guy in Mpumalanga who has opened a pizza outlet in a rural area, and has developed an app that has got the similarities to Uber Eats to deliver in rural areas. Now, your Uber Eats today may not deliver to certain areas because there's no address. And we should ask ourselves, what is it that we are doing to respond to that reality? And I don't think we are doing enough. Even if you use Google Maps when you travel, there's spaces in this country where Google Maps will not give you detailed information because it's blank. It's not in the urban setting where there's information to harvest and that you can use and plot it on Google and be able to use that app. So with these gaps, I'm just making some very simple and mundane examples. But these must challenge us as a nation to provide our own solutions to these things that are confronting us. This is in the same way that somebody was saying El Nino is upon us with the weather patterns that are not predictable. We've just had some flash floods and damaging people's homes south of Durban in Margate recently, a few weeks ago, and there was a few lives lost. I seem to recall in the news there's a few lives lost. But the question that sat with me is, we who are in this space, what are we doing to predict these things that are happening? Because the weather patterns that are unpredictable, I think we should be able to find a way of predicting them so that we try and save lives. I know in Japan, during a monsoon season, do they call it, when there's possibilities of tsunamis and so on, there's alerts that are triggered much earlier to relocate people on areas that would be susceptible and put on better places. These are things that I believe if we all put our heads together, we can create our own solutions that are a reality to our own situation. For me, any IT solution, if it does not respond to the realities and situations of that facing people at any particular given moment, in my view, that IT solution is not worth the effort that's put into it. We must, and at all times, ask the question, what we do, does it respond to the situations that we face as a country? And that's why I think it's important to raise these things with you, colleagues. We spoke to you last time, and in the last stakeholder engagement, we said there's these qualifications, 4 IR qualifications. We gave a list of them that we were working on, and we were saying you need to be consider taking these up. I don't know how much, when we reflect since that time, how much of an uptake has been on those FIR qualifications. Probably managers will come here and speak about that. Because if there's no uptake or there's low uptake to that, it tells me one thing: we are still not where we are supposed to be in terms of the work that we do of developing a required skill to respond to the issues and contribute in the economic development of the country. We know that there's the picture is a bit gloom in terms of economic development in the country. We have grown at some stages, in some quarters we've grown at less than 1% as an economy. And if you look at it, the document that we have as government, the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, uses one word more than any other in the entire 30-page document. The word that is used more often than any other in that document, in the 30 pages, is skills development. That's a phrase. Well, not a word. That's a phrase that's used in that document. If we do not pay attention to that and accept that part of what would develop the economy is the skills that we would deliver, and part of those skills that are necessary to be delivered, it's skills that MICT SETA needs to deliver. But can MICT do it alone? No. With you, it is possible to do it. So I thought it's important to do that. Maybe let me speak about the third theme on what I would have said. The third is that SETAs generally, and probably I mentioned this last time as well, had a bad history and tainted image as organizations that only have money that they do not know what to do with. Or if they do something about the money, they do all the wrong things that they're not supposed to be doing. We have changed that narrative, and over the last 4 years now, the outcomes of the last 3 years have shown that that narrative has turned around. The public money that is in the hands of MICT SETA has been well managed. And this is why we have gotten a clean audit over the years, including the last year, that we got a clean audit. So clean audit simply says, everything that you were supposed to do, you have done it according to the policy, rules, and regulations and the constitution of the country. And the monies are accounted for properly. There is no money that cannot be accounted for where it went to. So I think with that, we should be proud, and you should also be proud to be associated with an organization that takes governance seriously. Which leads me to the next point. I warned last time that whilst you as businesses, first and foremost, an extension of the MICT SETA delivering the programs of MICT SETA, your primary concern shouldn't be only about your bottom line, but it must be about what you deliver. Because when there's a confusion about where the interests are, from you as the persons or companies, organizations responsible for delivering these programs, what happens is that you focus on money. And when you focus on money, the programs would suffer. And this is why we said to the CEO, one of the things that we will not tolerate is the high level of dropout of learners. We take a dim view insofar as that is concerned, because I have seen that whilst there's dropouts in certain cases, but then the budgets are spent fully as if the program was delivering 100% of what it was designed for. And I think that's problematic in my view, and we should take steps to prevent that from happening. But I'm happy to say to you, it does look like we've heard each other, and we are in sync insofar as that is concerned. So I must thank you as well, because I am reliably informed that the dropout rate in this province and probably nationally is consistent at less than 2%. That's a very phenomenal achievement, and I don't believe there's any other SETA that's going to boast of that number. And that talks about MICT SETA and yourselves taking your own programs seriously. So we must really express a word of gratitude towards you and say thank you for the work that you're doing. The other area that we have been concerned about, which we raised last time, was the area regarding the payment of stipend for learners. And I think that's a matter of contractual agreement between you and us. And we indicated that failure to pay stipend for learners will create problems in the whole system. And we must ensure that we do that. Because once you don't pay stipend, I've been exposed to a situation where some of the organizations responsible to deliver these programs don't pay stipend, and they take the money and put it in their back pocket and do all sorts of funny things. We have terminated some of those, by the way, and I'm not aware if they are here in this province, and I don't remember. I don't think there is any here. We have terminated such contracts where people are breaching provisions of what they've signed for. And you can't be given money and not do what it's supposed to do. It's wrong. We should not agree. We must refuse to agree with that. But in the same way that I've appealed to management that we must seek to improve our turn around on a number of things that impact on you, because you're running businesses. We appreciate that. You're running businesses as well. So our turnaround times, whether it's an application for accreditation or it's vetting or whatever it is that has to be done for you to progress to the next stage of delivering your program. We've appealed that it should be improved. That turnaround should be improved. And which is why part of what we're doing is to automate that process. We're looking at doing some of these things that we're doing remotely, online, so that we try and reduce time spent on traveling and therefore turn around time on giving feedback to you guys. So we're trying to automate. We may not be there yet, but we will try. This is one of the difficult provinces, because in our rural strategy we decided we must find footprint not only in the urban areas and areas surrounding the urban centers, but we must also go to rural areas. And the CEO had the shock of his life when he had to land in Durban and drive to Richmond, and the number of hours he took to get there. So the question was, if there's a training provider that is sitting in Richmond and we have to go and assess, and how long does it take for this person to drive from here to go there physically? And if somebody is going to leave here and go to Mkuze, if there is a training provider in Mkuze, how long does it take to Mkuze and come back to the office? Therefore, we need to find better ways of saying, how do we make our systems efficient and more effective, and with managed times and turnaround times in these processes. And I think with the automation that we are working on, we do believe we're going to get there, because whilst we are sympathetic towards you, but we also have to make sure that we do the thorough job, because at the same time, whilst we must be efficient, we can't take it. We can't forget that there will be chance takers who would want to spot the gaps in the system and try and exploit them and do all the wrong things that they're not supposed to do. So we will still maintain a bit of stringent measures, but then we'll try and improve those. Now, let me talk about the next theme on my opening remarks. There's been a complaint that I've been exposed to recently, that there's been delays in issuing SLAs insofar as the DG grant. I can see people nodding already. So now touch the raw nerve. There's been delays in issuing of the SLAs in terms of the DG that was opened last year in September. Did we open it in September, or we closed it in September? We closed it in September. So there's been complaints that it's slow, because the anticipation was that we should start on the 1st of April. People must be having SLAs and starting to deliver. There's been a bit of delays, and one of the delays, one of the things that has impacted on this process is the volume. The uptake is quite huge compared to what we have, and you therefore do not want to take shortcuts and take decisions that you can't explain. Why did you exclude this one and not the other, and so on? So you got to be thorough in that, because what we have, the resources that we have, budget that we have, is far less compared to the demand that is there. Unfortunately, we are guided by the budgetary constraints on how far we can go. Our purse is only that deep. So we must apologize for that, and I think management, and I've been told now that the process has started. The SLAs are starting to go through the system and out to those that would have been successful. So if you've not received anything, it doesn't mean you have failed, but I'm not saying you have passed. I'm just simply saying, stay put and until the process is finished. And unfortunately, it's a process that I'm very far from, and I have no intentions of coming anywhere close to it. It needs people with better education than me and paid better than me. So they will do that. So I'm appealing for that patience, and which leads me to the next point, a sub-theme on this. This year, I've asked the CEO that we should open the window in June, so that it gives us enough time to process the applications, and by the 1st of April, we should be starting the implementation. So you are informed now that it's going to be open in June, and it's an online process that we're using our integrated learner management system, and which I must address that part. The integrated learner management system that we're using, we must inform you, it's a homegrown solution. We didn't buy it off the shelf somewhere. We developed it internally, working with TUT. TUT, the full name is Tshwane University of Technology. We worked with Tshwane University of Technology, and we are delivering the ILMS, which is part of automation of our systems. And the Auditor General, I can tell you, has been very happy with what they've seen. QCTO also is excited at what they've seen. Other SETAs also are excited at what they've seen. The possibility is that the ILMS that we have developed as a MICT SETA probably will end up being an ILMS that is going to be used across all the SETAs. So if you intend spreading your wings, it's better that you get comfortable with this ILMS now, because it's likely to be used and in a long term, probably in the entire post-school education and training system. And we're very proud of this because half the time we go and pick up this thing, the off-the-shelf solutions that give us problems later, and they sometimes cost us much more than we're supposed to be paying. We have paid a fraction of what we would have paid in the market because we developed it internally. And in the process, we've financed PhDs through that process of developing this solution. We've also financed PhDs. And this is why, as my last point, we must also thank the institutions of higher learning. I don't know if there's any that's present here. We've been working with DUT, with UKZN, and I think the others as well that I might not have mentioned, and also the TVET colleges. We're working with them as partners to try and ramp up the skills development in the country and in this province in particular in this case. So we must thank you for making time to come here and be with us and hear out what we're going to be informing you of, and also later you will have space to engage with us and give us advices where you think there's things that we've missed or else that we did not understand well. With that, this session is open and everybody's welcome. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, whether I am tone deaf, but I would like us to give a round of applause to the chairperson for his address once more. And I think on that note, overall, ladies and gentlemen, the chairperson's address really underscored the importance of embracing innovation, as well as addressing our challenges with creativity, in order to seize these opportunities that have been presented by 4IR in order to drive meaningful change and progress. But I think importantly, I think my key take out of his address is that he's challenged every single one of us in this room to think out of the box. And obviously what that brings forth is that it challenges us to think innovatively in order to address our country's challenges quite effectively. And I think what this brings about is a mindset shift, which is obviously quite crucial in finding creative solutions to complex problems. So no pressure, ladies and gentlemen, considering that you being our implementing partners need to actually drive this innovation forth by thinking creatively, by thinking out of the box, and actually looking at solutions to African problems. And with that, I think, being said, ladies and gentlemen, I think now let's delve into the real fabric of what our organization is about. The overview by the Chief Executive Officer. Again, I'm going to ask you as he comes up to give him a round of applause and help me put him up on the podium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gabiso. And if we can try and put our phones on silence, colleagues, to avoid interruptions, it would make the session even better. Allow me to greet you all as our partners, primarily taking charge of driving skills development to the young people in our country, in our respective communities. Let me greet the chair of the board of MICT SETA warmly, Mr. Simphiwe Thobela, and obviously appreciate the effort under his stewardship by the entire Accounting Authority Collective in seeing us over the past, I think it's more than 3 years now, doing the best that we can. He ventilated on the performance of the organization from Auditor General perspective, that we continue to be on an upward trajectory as an entity, working collaboratively with you as our stakeholders. I will be getting into the depth of performance at a later stage as I run through high-level issues. I think it's about a year ago, we were in Durban at GovTech conference. The Honorable Minister, Prof. Bladen Zimande said, skills development without innovation is incomplete, that the two are inseparable and must always be handled in tandem. When you do one on the right-hand side, ensure that you do the other one on the left-hand side. If you look at the history of how we've been doing business as SETAs, we've sort of neglected the aspect of innovation with which Chair extensively articulated. And allow me, ladies and gentlemen, from that context to greet the entire senior management team of MICT SETA present here with us. Their colleagues, managers, who are also present. Let me, because they enable us to continue to serve you and our learners better. Our broader stakeholders, obviously, in this venue, and I'm aware that there are those who connected virtually. And I must indicate that I'm greatly honored and grateful, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, to have served MICT SETA over the past few years since 2019, under the previous board and current board, pushing the exciting journey of skills development, thereby creating value in our communities. That was done collaboratively with yourselves as the industry. 2024-25 financial year marks the end of the 5-year strategic plan period 2020 to 2025, and coincidentally, it is the exciting time wherein, as Chair alluded to, AI has become the catalyst for business transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the era where we have to continuously learn about innovation. The benefits of AI and threats that comes with it, such that we continuously mitigate against those threats as a collective in the skills development ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, everything that we are experiencing now will have implications for skills. We must take note of that. Now, the question of how do we, as our people, particularly young people, build new quality skills becomes very, very important. And your role as our partners can never be underestimated. The question of how we mitigate and bring on board appropriate interventions and solutions to mitigate the risk that come with AI, amongst other technologies that we have in our space, and how do we teach our people to learn to adjust to this new era is just as critical. The key words to me, ladies and gentlemen, is quality skills. Quality skills that will better position our young people. Hence, you are very much central in ensuring that we achieve that. Through quality skills, ladies and gentlemen, we will be able to build the confidence of both medium and large corporates such that they are attracted to our graduates post-completion of, obviously, the theoretical component. We all want quality, not so? Don't we? We all want quality. So if we all want quality, let's also ensure that the kind of graduates that we produce are top class. If they are good quality, it will be very difficult even for you as a stakeholder to let them go and join other organizations. So we must train them such that we even become jealous of letting them go. Let's teach them some of these critical fundamentals, ladies and gentlemen. Let's teach them how to code. Let's teach them how to program. Let's teach them how to critically and analytically think. Let's teach them how to solve problems. From major problems, narrow them down to narrowed or small problems, and develop solutions around those problems. Let's ensure that we give them basic entrepreneurial skills, because if we don't give them basic entrepreneurial skills, ladies and gentlemen, it will be a pipe dream that we will achieve the South Africa that we want to achieve, where we narrow down the unemployment rate and then the inequalities and poverty that our people are facing. We are actually primarily responsible amongst your universities, your TVET colleges, to ensure that we change the landscape, we transform it to the better. South Africa, it's a country that is better placed. We shouldn't be leading when it comes to unemployment. If you look at how resourced we are, resourced in many instances. I'm not talking of resourced in respect of the resources that are there under the ground. I'm talking about even wiser people. Most of the people that you see making great strides outside of our country, some of them come from here. So we need to do a lot more in sharpening the minds of our young people to start thinking differently, start taking narrow paths that have never been taken before. It takes a lot to do that, a lot of mindset change, so much that they could do the necessary that will transform our landscape, ladies and gentlemen. The issue of developing software and solutions, even for your own entities, it's what you must use some of your learners for, instead of just, training them and letting them go. Let's start in-house, like MICT SETA is doing, with the solutions that are currently through collaborative partnerships that we have established with varsities and TVET colleges, developing the necessary much-needed solutions. Let's use these young people that we are blessed to have. I'm aware some of you have got some of the most brilliant young people in your spaces, but are you leveraging and taking advantage of that wisdom of those young people, such that you jealously let them go? So let's take advantage of working with these young people within our spaces. Let's make sure that we keep up with the pace, continue to share knowledge and insights. We don't always have to compete. And that's the rationale behind the summit that we had about 2 weeks ago. SETA was to say, we don't always have to compete. Equally, with US stakeholders, whether as a company, you don't always have to compete against each other. You need to find a way of synergizing, working together, sharing, best practices, sharing experiences, sharing resources. At the end of the day, the objective is one, is to change and transform the landscape of our country when it comes to skills. So I would encourage you, colleagues, to ensure that you form partnerships with people or companies that share your values, mentor and support each other, and mentor youth as industry. Our youth can be hopeless when we've got stakeholders in the digital space. We've got to give them hope by ensuring that each and every single one has got one or two students that they are mentoring. How many of you are mentoring currently? Out of probably more than 50 stakeholders, only one hand was raised. That is my challenge to you. We need to mentor our young people, at least two. Just two, not more than that. Give them your time and mentor them. That's the only way we can transform the landscape, ladies and gentlemen. And if we can do that, be rest assured, you'll tell me how transformed their lives and the quality of lives and those of their families will transform tremendously. Let's do that, ladies and gentlemen. Let's share experiences. Let's avoid complacency. Let's avoid complacency because it's dangerous. You'll see when Ernest, Mr. Nemgabini, presents, you'll see how small our budget is as MICT SETA. We were analyzing it last time and said, if we were to give each and every applicant, stakeholder, a learner with this budget, the way we receive so many applications, we would give them half a learner each. That was our analysis in terms of the number of applications that we received. He will show the numbers will never lie. You'll realize that we're dealing with a very complex situation. It hurts us And I would urge you to not only focus on MICT SETA, because other SETAs lately also offer the kind of programs that we offer. Some of them would fund us to deliver on those programs. Some of them independently offer those programs. So operate beyond MICT SETA. There are other government agencies that offer the kind of funding that MICT offers. Some of them even offer better funding than MICT SETA, whether it's your National Skills Fund, whether it's your Unemployment Insurance Fund. Let's ensure that we go beyond MICT, because there would be financial years, I can tell you now, where you are not going to be allocated. And if you are not allocated in a particular financial year, just hope that maybe in the next financial year you will be considered, because that's how the cycle works. It's a very difficult give and take. It's very difficult to give, to find balance. That's the difficult situation that we are sitting with, dear stakeholders. I must indicate that we made great strides in developing much needed for our qualifications, so that our curriculum doesn't only respond to industry priority needs of the economy, but addresses cutting-edge issues when it comes to skills. We managed to develop an integrated learner management system that Chair alluded to, which is sitting at 95% in terms of development, because all modules have been developed except for finance modules, which addresses your mandatory and discretionary grants. So there are other solutions currently through these collaborative partnerships that Chair alluded to in terms of various universities that are under development. TVET College SETA Times is one of those that have been completed, successfully developed internally by MICT SETA, collaboratively with University of Limpopo. The other solution would be your e-recruitment solution, currently under development by DUT, your cyber security plan, knowledge and information management plan. That's also currently under development by Cape Peninsula University, your career hub by TUT, your e-learning platform is currently being developed by TUT, your management information system is also being developed by University of KZN. There's quite a number, including GIS by Northwest University. The world will be a better place if some of these solutions are developed by you as our stakeholders, and to try and find a synergy of how we adopt some of those solutions that you would have developed. These are key projects, ladies and gentlemen, that demonstrate the capacity of the state and that innovation is possible if we work as a team and complement each other instead of competing against each other. We're trying to craft, ladies and gentlemen, a future where every citizen, regardless of where they are geographically, must reap the benefits of digital economy, hence adoption of the rural development strategy and the integrated digital skills strategy. I will not take a lot of time. Chair alluded to the AG outcomes. In 2019-20, we obtained an unqualified audit opinion. In 2020-2021, we achieved a clean audit opinion. In 21-22, we achieved unqualified audit opinion. In 2022-2023, we obtained a clean audit opinion. We're currently in the process of being audited on 2023-2024 financial year, and we're hoping for still an excellent audit outcome, because as MICT SETA, we believe in doing things right at all material times. If an error occurs, it's generally human error and not deliberate by our officials. We've inculcated that culture of saying, just do it right and avoid unnecessary problems. 5 years annual performance to date, I will not expatiate a lot on that. I'm sure one of the colleagues will touch on it. 2019-20, we achieved 83% 2021, 75%, 21, 22, 90%, 2022, 23, we achieved a 95%. As we speak now, unaudited performance from the AG side is 96%. Hence, I'm saying we continue to be on an upward trajectory. And I would beg you to continue to support us when it comes to submission of quality documents, because it's your documents that will determine the outcome of the entity at the end of it all, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make sure that we cooperate in that regard and submit on time, at all material times, for all learners that we are training. And one must also urge you to ensure that you keep track of your learners. Have a database of learners that have graduated within your respective entities, so that we track whether we are making the necessary impact in terms of enabling them to establish their own businesses, in terms of enabling them to find opportunities. Let's keep track of these learners. Even when we need information, it should be easy to trace and track that information. Mayor Bontle will talk to the tracer study that we conduct on an annual basis that is meant to track and trace these young people. So let's keep that proper database and keep in touch with them to check as to where they are, whether they are finding opportunities, as part of encouraging them to do better. Terminated contracts, I wouldn't talk to that. 1920, we had highest terminations in 21, 22. We had about 8 terminations. 8 terminations is quite a big deal to us because at the time, our controls were a little weak when it comes to disbursements, such that we would terminate and someone would leave with some bit of money, and which is not what we want, because that comes with challenges on the accountability side for our finances. And if such stakeholders are here, luckily Durban is one of the best performing, and thanks to Ms. Helvin Glovu, she's with us. Please give her a round of applause. Yeah, she just joined us, when was it, yesterday? Yeah, she just came back yesterday. I'm sure you should rejoice that she's here. Ever since she joined Durban branch, I'm telling you with total honesty, the challenges that we used to have in Durban have died down. And I sometimes would say to her, share your secrets with other regional managers as to how are you getting it right. So keep doing that good job, Madam Helvin Glovu. It is all in the best interest of you as our stakeholders, because in our hearts, we feel we can serve all of you. But unfortunately, we can only do up to this far. Those are my final words to you. Wish you well in your implementation processes. Thanks very much.
I clearly woke up very late the day that God was giving out height, because the rate at which I had to pull down that mic goes to show that I was quite lazy on that day to wake up. But ladies and gentlemen, that is our CEO, Mr. Matume Madibana. He has given us quite an overarching view, succinctly, but also quite in detail, in terms of some of the key partnerships that we've entered into in the 2023-2024 financial year, as well as some of the successes and our commitment to the digital economy. I think CEO, overall, the performance of the SETA has really been on an upward trajectory. And I think it's safe to say that we've performed, we've achieved, and attained cum laude status in our 2023 financial year in terms of our performance. But I think also quite a sobering note that the CEO has left us with is the aspect of inclusivity within the digital economy. How it's so significant to ensure that every citizen benefits from this digital economy. I think 30 years into our democracy, we can't still be talking about the rural child, the township child, and anyone, for instance, that belongs to a marginalized community is left behind in terms of accessing digital resources and opportunity. And I think with that sobering statement, as the CEO has said, it's time for us to actually mentor this youth. An old saying goes, it takes a village to raise a child. It's not only the parents' responsibility, it's not only the teacher's responsibility, but it's the community at large, it's society at large that actually needs to take an active role in ensuring that the children, the youth of our country actually become the leaders that are actually going to chart the waters for a South Africa that is able to perform, a South Africa that is able to also be included within a global economy. The 4IR skills, the 4IR qualifications that have been developed also need to be coupled with the softer skills aspect of it. 4IR talks quite a lot about collaboration. So we need to instill those values, we need to instill those principles. And I think quite an aspect that is not common to understand is that 4IR is actually more about the human side, as much as we're pushing digital and automation, but it's the integration of the human and as well as the electronic and the digital age. Ladies and gentlemen, the CEO did actually extend his greetings to management, senior management that is present here with us. In the beginning of the program, I did say that we'll be delving into some of the core functions. I think having engaged with various colleagues from learning programs, from a sector skills programs, we've just gone past the workplace sector skills plan, the ATR submissions on the 30th of April, and I think that has been quite a smooth process. I'm going to now call upon, on that note, Ms. Bontle Mokwena, who heads up our sector skills planning division, and she will obviously delve into more the critical skills that obviously have been identified from a supply and demand aspect in addressing some of the key skills development interventions that are required in our sector. Please help me welcome her on the podium, Ms. Bontle Mokwena. A round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen.
A very warm welcome and good morning to our stakeholders. Good morning to you, Chairperson. Good morning, CEO, for the opening and the opening remarks. My name is Bontle Mokwena. I'm the Senior Manager for Sector Skills Planning at MICT SETA. I'm very happy to be here because I'm here to share with you what you submit to us, what value it holds and how we use it. So when I say what you submit to us, I mean in terms of the WSP ATRs, especially referring to the latest window that closed on the 30th of April. I would also like to briefly touch on what we do in our own unit. We do research for the SETA, so we have a document we call the Sector Skills Plan, or a skills plan. So it's a skills plan for the MICT sector. So in that document, we detail the different subsectors that we have. As you would know, we have 5 subsectors. We actually delve into the nuances around skills demand and supply within those sectors, up until to a point where we come up with a list of critical skills and those skills in high demand. So the work or the data that we receive from you, we rely on it heavily. It's very important to us. We also hope that as you complete the WSP ATRs, you actually give us accurate information, because that's the information we use for skills planning. So if there's information that is not accurate, especially at the 6-digit level of the OFO, we will be planning for the wrong programs for the sector. So we rely on that information from you. So this is my presentation. I'll briefly go into the, in terms of explaining what the sector plan is, mandatory grants. I'll go briefly into that since we came for these sessions, unfortunately, after postponement. I will not delve deeper into the WSP-ATR process, but I will actually give you a snapshot of the recent submissions and also give you feedback from the previous year's submission, hoping that there will be areas where I will highlight to you in terms of how we can improve. And I will also touch on the OFO briefly. I'll also touch on the critical skills or skills in high demand. We'll also touch on the measuring of impact, so that's the tracer study that will come at the end. In terms of OFO codes for this current year submission, we did use 2021 codes. There wasn't an update from DHET, so I will not touch on that slide as such because the submission date has passed. This is just a reminder around the WSP-ATRs that we due at the end of April 2024. For those that have requested an extension, we are actually looking into the extensions. Once they are approved by the relevant body, we'll be able to communicate with the stakeholders in terms if they are approved. On that slide, I would also like to say that we encourage employers, even those that are not levy paying, to actually submit their WSP-ATR. There is a process at SARS that will allow you to get a temporary L number where you can actually be allowed to submit even though you are not levy paying. So when I say you're not levy paying, it means you don't make up to 500K per annum. Even if you're below the threshold, you are allowed to submit a WSP-ATR because that is. Am I clear? Okay. I was just testing the mic. So this is an update on the latest submission and also to show you a trend in terms of the previous WSP-ATR submissions. If you can see the green bar, this is the highest submission we've had. If we go as back as 2020-21, we had received 1,931 submissions for this year. I think that deserves a round of applause. Thank you to you guys. So this is the highest number, but you'll see in terms of the figures, the number of employers in the sector has actually decreased a bit, but the submissions on WSP-ATR has actually increased. So this is encouraging for us because we are getting labor market information. We are getting it directly from you who are in the workplaces or you're working for companies as SDFs. So this information actually helps us plan in terms of skills and critical skills and those gaps that we might not be aware of. Also going back to the 2023-24 financial year, so there are instances where when you submit your WSP-ATR, some of your supporting documents are not always accurate. So what we normally do, we go back to you and we say, you've submitted a WSP-ATR, but we notice that your banking details are not up to date, or we notice that your authorization form was not signed accurately. And there are those who actually don't respond to those requests. Because once you submit and the supporting documents are not complete, we put you on what we call a query status. So what we do, we follow up with you and ask you to actually submit the supporting documents. And this is also where we find that there's a challenge between the employer and the SDF, especially when the SDF is outsourced. These are challenges because sometimes the SDF might get the email or the message, depending who's written on the system, but it's actually not actioned, maybe because the SDF has resigned. The employer has actually not taken over that role until they appoint a new person. Sometimes there is that gap. So for the 2023-24 WSP-ATR submission, we had 57 employers who were on query status who actually never submitted the requested supporting documents. So potentially, anyway, they've lost that money, because we closed that window at the end of March 2024. So for those who were on query status and never submitted supporting documents, they would have not received a mandatory grant. So that money has been lost, then we take it to the discretionary grant. So this is a reminder that even if you've submitted your WSP-ATR, we have an LMS system. Please go there and check periodically and see if your submission is complete or if there is a message or an email, because we normally send emails according to what the details are written on the system. So that money will be lost into the discretionary grant. You will not be able to claim it after the end of March. So this is a reminder, even in this current period, if you've submitted a WSP-ATR, you get a communication from our team indicating that there is something missing in your application, or your banking details are not up to date, or whatever reason they tell you. Please respond to that. If you don't respond to it, we only have until March the following year to follow up with you. And I did indicate to the team that it's not fair on us to follow up on you when we have been continuously sending you messages, but we do our best to do that. So please take it upon yourself as well, because that company will lose that money. They will lose that money to train back. We've also had instances where, because of the dynamic around the external SDF and the employer, the SDF actually did not submit a WSP-ATR on behalf of the employer on time. And this is a big employer, so they lost a lot of millions. So they did try to contact us. Unfortunately, there are regulations around submission of WSP-ATR which we cannot go against. It's regulated in the Skills Development Levies Act. It's regulated in the mandatory grant regulations, in the Skills Development Act as well, that WSP-ATRs are due at the end of April in any financial year. If there's a reason for an extension, it can only be granted until the end of May of that year, but you need to submit your request for extension before the submission date, which is the end of April. So I think I've been just giving you that overview so that you have understand the value of the work that you submit to us, and how at times you are losing that value with the little things that you may not submit. In terms of KZN stats for the current submission that closed on the 30th of March, 30th of April 2024, we've received about 139 WSP-ATRs. So this is the sector plan that I did refer to. I'm not going to dwell on it, but it has 5 chapters. You might have read it. We have it on our website. We have chapter 1, which talks about the sector profile. So this is where we profile employees. I'll come to the data later. So this is where we actually profile the number of employees in the sector, their race, their gender, their education level, their level within the organization in terms of OFO, at what level they are, any disability that might be there, the economic status of the MICT sector, etc., etc. Then we have chapter 2, where we actually delve into the key skills change drivers. So change drivers are those factors that affect the sector in a positive or negative. So if you go to our chapter 2, we would have listed those. I have a brief slide on that. We also have chapter 3, which talks about occupational shortages and skills gaps. So this is where we analyze the skills demand and supply. We have chapter 4, we talk about sector partnerships. We do partner with different sectors of the PSET. We also have chapter 5, which is monitoring and evaluation, which I will also share a summary slide on the tracer study. Then we have our skills priority actions that we focus on as a SETA. So this is, the next slide is actually linked to the sector profile of the MICT SETA. So in terms of the employers in the MICT sector, we have profiled those that are levy payers and non-levy payers together. And we have a separate one where we actually focus on only the levy payers. So if you know, we have 5 subsectors. So advertising represents 60% of the MICT employers, including the non-levy payers. Then film and electronic media is 9%. Those 2 are mostly the smallest ones. Electronics counts for 16%. Information technology, which is our biggest subsector, counts for 54%, and we have telecommunications at 15%. If we had to look only at those that are paying levies, meaning those who had to claim a mandatory grant at the end of April every year. So the stats change a bit. So advertising will contribute 7%. Film and electronic media will be 5%. Electronics 15%. information technology 50%, and telecommunications will be 23%. So in the MICT sector, we have about 30,866 employers across the 5 subsectors, with the information technology being the largest subsector. Where the employers are located, just to give you an overview. So this information actually is coming from the WSP-ATR. So this is the information we actually analyze from the data we get from you. So Gauteng is our largest province in terms of employers, followed by the Western Cape, followed by this province at 14%, and the other provinces, it's 1% and rounding up. So as you can see there, definitely Gauteng is the hub of the economy. If we go in the next slide, where we're saying employment in the MICT sector, so we're looking at the distribution of employees. According to that map, as you can see, Gauteng accounts for 50%, still the largest, followed by the Western Cape and 23%, followed by KZN at 18%, followed by Mpumalanga at 7%, and the other ones are quite small, with the Northern Cape being the smallest. So this is where our employees in the MICT sector are actually located across South Africa. This is also based on the data we receive from WSP-ATRs, but we know this is not limited only to the WSP-ATR data. We also use other data sources to understand the number of employees in our sectors. Stats SA data is one of the sources we use, and other sources. So this is just to give you an overview in terms of the information we get from you and how we analyze it and how it helps us plan in terms of skills planning. Employment in the MICT sector, so we're doing a comparison between the overall employment in the country. The MICT sector has about 221,738. In terms of KZN on its own, we have about 31,005, which accounts for 14% of employment in the MICT sector. So I'm referring to the MICT sector because that's the sector of the economy that we're responsible for in relation to also the overall employment in the country. We also use stats data as well to understand this information better. The next slide, we're talking about the subsector distribution of employees. So here we have disaggregated the information per subsector. So we like to demonstrate how many people actually belong within the different 5 subsectors. As we have indicated, as you've seen in terms of the employer distribution and the employee distribution, the largest number of employees are actually in the information technology subsector, as you can see, at 54%. With the numbers on the right, telecommunication accounts for 31%, electronics 8%, and film, electronic media, and advertising being the second lowest ones. So this is the information we also analyze from the WSP-ATR data to also understand. You see, this information also helps us understand in terms of the focus for skills planning and why it is, as you would see, definitely most of our programs will be biased towards the information technology subsector, but it's also related to what's actually going on in the economy and in the labor market. Also because technology is a change driver, 4IR is a change driver. Also, it's also based on what you are telling us in terms of the WSP-ATRs. You are actually indicating that most of the vacancies you have, or those occupations that are hard to fill, they actually belong within the IT sector. Because of the change that we're experiencing, there are new occupations that are coming up. There are new jobs that are coming up. Some we are prepared for, some we are not prepared for. But this information is actually coming through from that data. And if you see the occupations in high demand list for Home Affairs, in that list, almost 30% of those occupations that are sort of exported, or where the list, the scarce skill list, where you are allowed to actually get a skill outside of South Africa. Most of those skills, they belong to the MICT sector, and they're biased towards IT or technology. If you go to that list, you'll also see that. So here we're doing a gender profiling, sector profile of employees for the MICT sector as a whole. It's made up, is predominantly males at 53%, and it's actually 47% females. We had a very interesting presentation 2 weeks ago at the Skills Summit by the Statistician General, where he was actually explaining why we have, at birth, there are more males than females, but along the lines, there's a decline of the male, and the female is the one that remains. So I guess this one is consistent with that narrative at birth. It has 7 levels, the top level being managers. So managers are those that are at the highest level. So these could be CEOs, MDs. These could be CEOs, MDs. If you understand the offer, you understand where I'm coming from. After that level, we have professionals, and then we have technicians and associate professionals. We have clerical support, service and sales workers, skilled agricultural, etc. But just to delve deeper into that in terms of the gender profile and the race, as you can see in terms of the top level within the sector, the people who are holding the highest managerial positions are actually white at 27%, followed by Indians and followed by colors, with Africans being at the lower level at that spot. When we go to the next level, we go to the professionals. We'll see that that one is actually dominated by Indian, followed by white, and then followed by colored and Africans. So if you go up that ladder, you'll see that at the top highest level positions within organization in our sector, actually it's other races that are dominant, with the Africans still a bit to catch up. And I think that is also the whole purpose of the work that we do, because we know the history of our country. We need to reskill, we need to get people to be able to move into higher positions through the skills development interventions that we do. As you know, MICT SETA also offers many types of programs, even bursaries we offer, skills programs. So this is another way of actually bridging this gap, because this gap is also not consistent with the race profile of our country. So in terms of the KZN states, if we had to profile KZN in terms of employees, you can see in KZN it's a different picture. The majority of employees are actually female at 68%, and males make up 32%. And I think this is a reflection of the demographics in terms of gender as well. So this is a good start. If we had to go to the occupational levels, where there's distribution by race, at the management level in KZN, actually African are leading in that space. That one is followed by whites at 16%, followed by Indian at 15%, with a small percentage of colored. If you go to the professionals, if you can see on the second line from the bottom, in that line, Indians are leading in terms of professionals. That is followed by whites and followed by African, with coloreds a very small percentage. If we go to the technicians and associate professionals, we see that Africans are actually picking up there at 44%. That is followed by whites, followed by Indian, and a small percentage of coloreds. So I'll just focus on those 3 without going into detail with the other, because those are the top management and professional levels. We do want those who need to catch up to get to that level. So this is how we are also able to analyze the information you give us and actually have a picture in terms of what is going on in workplaces. From just that picture, you can draw many conclusions, or you can have a discussion around it, but this is how it looks, and it also reminds us of the mandate of the SETA. If I go to the next slide, we're profiling race there. So we've given a national picture. We've also given a KZN specific picture. So on the national picture, as you can see, Africans make up the majority of employees in the sector, followed by whites, followed by coloreds, and followed by Indian at the national level. At the KZN provincial level, on your right, you'll see that Africans still are the majority, and that is followed by Indian, followed by white and colored. So this is the race profile of employees in KZN in terms of that picture. So that's how we use the information. Obviously, it's not limited to this, but what I'm presenting here now is based on the WSP-ATR data that we receive. We supplement it with other data sources in terms of understanding the dynamics of KZN. And what we will be doing in the next financial year, we would like to start doing specific provincial sector plans. So we normally do a national picture. So when we do the provincial picture, it actually helps us understand the differences between the provinces, the nuances, and also will support our rural development strategy. So we have a rural development strategy, and we know there are provinces that are more rural than others. The skills focus will never be the same in those provinces. The skills needs will not be the same. So we need to have that understanding. So if I move on to the next slide, which is chapter 2, which is key skills issues. So this is the chapter that actually goes into the change drivers in the sector. What are the key skills issues? These are related to skills. So how are we going to deal with them? So there are many ways that we deal with them. So for example, we have change drivers. We have indicated this is a factor that is affecting change in the sector in a positive or negative way. I think we all know in the last 3 years, technology has been the biggest change driver. It still remains today. So that picture shows you technology, which is also for our MICT sector. These are the change drivers. We've also gotten this information from the WSP-ATR, supplemented also by research that we do. So those are the change drivers. They are not necessarily in any order as such. Most of them are very important. So we have cloud computing, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, big data analytics, 5G, cybersecurity, automation and robotics, drone technology, virtual reality, and 3D printing. So if you have been following MICT sector, you have been following our social media platforms, some of these programs are actually also captured there where there is work that is done around these. So we take this information, which is in chapter 2 of the SSP, which also helps us inform chapter 4 of the SSP, which is the sector plan. So the next chapter is skills, demand, and supply. So here we have a process that we use to identify shortages based on WSP-ATR data and also supplemented by other data. So we analyze the WSP-ATR in terms of how many a particular occupation came up, we weighted, and also we also supplemented by other data, Stats SA data, could be other reports that come through the World Bank, etc., etc. And then we draw up that list without going into the detail. But we also do employer surveys, we do employer interviews. Some of you would have been interviewed as part of our SSP process. We have focus groups where we call a particular cohort of employers. It could be a pay subsector to find out in terms of what you have submitted in your WSP-ATR. Does it collaborate with the findings and what you have experienced in the sector? Does it make sense? Is this accurate? So we do that as part of also supplementing that process and making sure that it's credible. So after that process has been done, we have what we call a sectoral priority occupations list. So this is the list that is for the MICT sector. If you look through that list, you'll see, as I have indicated, it's biased towards IT. So in the top 10, the list is longer than 10, but we normally focus on the top 10, and the Department of Higher Education and Training also is interested in the top 10, as it informs, the top 10 informs the list that goes to Home Affairs for those occupations that are hard to fill or not able to get within the country for various reasons, but those reasons must always be skills related in terms of finding the skill. So we don't always want to look at geography. There are places where that vacancy is there, the skill is there, but the person doesn't want to move there. So it doesn't mean that skill is not available in South Africa. It is available, except that that person may not want to relocate to where the employment is. So we look at those different reasons that are given in the WSP/ATR. So number one, they are not in any order. So it's software developer, computer network and systems engineer, ICT systems analyst, management consultant or business analyst, ICT security specialist, multimedia specialist, ICT sales representative, program analyst, developer programmer, ICT project manager. Some of you will be able to relate to that top 10, as it's also biased to IT as well, in terms of also finding the people who are actually qualified to do their job. So now I'm going to move to chapter 6 of the sector plan, which is the strategic skills priority actions. So this slide is actually talking about what we focus on as a SETA in terms of our 5-year plan. So the sector plan is normally a 5-year plan, and within the 5 years we normally do what we call annual updates. So even this year we're doing the last annual update before the end of the 5-year term. So those strategic areas are normally linked to the National Skills Plan, that actually also linked to the National Development Plan. So we are responding to what is actually in those 2 plans. So of course, the credible labor market information. This goes back to the submission of WSP/ATR. We take that information as credible because it comes from you. You are at the cold face in terms of what is going on within the organization. What is it that you see in terms of skills that are hard to find or skills gaps that must be filled, right? Then we also have a focus on 4IR, so we are enabling the 4IR within our MICT sector. We also have increased access to delivery of occupational directed programs. This links to the next presenter who will delve deeper into that, but this is also about the programs that we offer. And we're also saying support initiatives that prioritize the provision of flexible and demand-led skills development. So when we say demand-led, we also say it's led by you because of the demand that you have indicated in your WSP/ATR and the analysis that we've done. Then we also go into increased and focused skills development for rural. As I have indicated, we do have a rural development strategy that the SETA is implementing. So it's also important that we also align that to this priority. And support of and growth of the public college system. So these are our TVET colleges. We know there are challenges there, but we are working with TVET colleges to actually bridge that gap. And also support of SMMEs. Research says the growth of the economy, in our economy, is actually at the SMME level. It's not at the large company level. So definitely we need to be focusing on entrepreneurship programs, which is something that we are focusing on, and I think the next presenter will touch on that briefly. So these are our 7 priority areas that we are focusing on until we actually go into the next strategic period, which we might review. So just briefly, I just wanted to share information that is actually also coming through from the work that we do. I think being in this department is also very nice. You get to analyze a lot of data and see information. So this is a bird's eye view of actually means also we're enrolling learners who are actually not completing, right? So in terms of that gap, but if you had to analyze that data, the 110,377 learners that were enrolled in MICT SETA programs between 2012-13 and 2022-23, versus the learner completions between the same period of 54,831. That's actually a 50% completion rate. If we looked at it that way, I would say it's not bad, considering that there are many challenges around starting a program and actually completing it with the very same learners that you started with. For many reasons, there are those challenges. So if I had to take it further into a 3-year period, which is where our strategic period started to where we are, we've had about 20,971 enrollments in the period. Enrollments will always be higher than completions because the programs don't necessarily start at the same time, and depending what they are, there are certain nuances there. Then learners completions, that was 9,920. So overall, that's also a completion rate of about 47%. But if we have to go specific to the financial years, as you see there, in 2020-21, as you can see, the completions were very low, 840. It was very low. If you go to 2021-22, there are reasons there as well. It was when COVID was hitting, training stopped, etc., etc. So definitely the completions were hit hard. If you go to 21-22, we had about 28% completion rate, but if you go to 2022-23, we jumped to 75% completion rate. So I think a lot of work has been done on both sides by the SETA and you as employers and skills development practitioners in terms of making sure that learners complete their programs, and I think that deserves a round of applause, because that's thank you. And it's also great to see that line narrowing to show you that the gap between enrollments and completion is actually narrowing. Lastly, this is my last slide. So this is the tracer study. So this is the latest tracer study we did in 2023. Because of the timing of our meeting, we're able to share the outcomes of that study. We don't have the detail, but we have an infographic that actually gives you a feel of what's going on out there. So when we're talking about a tracer study, we're talking about learners who have done an MICT SETA program at a particular point in time. So when we do the tracer study, we specifically group the cohort in terms of the financial year. So this one focused on the 2020-21 cohort. We don't do it immediately when the program ends, because we need to give learners time to go into the labor market and get that feel and experience of trying to get a job, whether they get it or not, so that when we go back to the learners and find out where they are since they completed the program, we will have a concrete feedback in terms of what has happened since completion and where they are. So the study was done based on the 2020-21 cohort. As you can see, we're looking at a 72% unemployment rate. It's not a good figure, but it's also sort of in line with what is currently happening in our economy in terms of that unemployment rate. And we also asked learners in terms of 72% unemployed, and then there are those that are in full-time employment. Those are about 10%. And there are those that are in part-time employment, that is like 4%. And then there are those that are self-employed. Part-time is 14%, self-employed is 4%. So if you go deeper as well in terms of these learners, we went and asked them in what sectors of the economy are employed in. So the top 4 sectors for employment for these learners was media and advertising and ICT, wholesale and retail, education, local government, and other. So that also shows that they don't necessarily get jobs only in the MICT sector. They're able to go in other sectors to get a job. We also asked them where learners are employed, are employed or operate businesses. Are they in the formal economy or in the informal economy? So if you can see there are those that are in the formal economy and there are those that are not in the formal economy. Employed as a result of an MICT SETA learning program, 27% of them said yes, 73% of them said no. Remember, we have a 72% unemployment rate from this cohort. Promotions is completion of learning program. Those that are in employment said they got promoted, 20% of them, and the others were not promoted, which is 80% of that. So we asked them, what is your salary in terms of where you are now from the time you received a stipend to where you are employed? So the average salary is actually 7,000 and a couple of hundreds, with 80% of them actually learning below 10,000 rands. We also I don't believe the stats is actually bad, understanding that you moved from a stipend that is quite low to where you are, and also the state of the economy, but obviously we would like our learners to be earning more because they also support their families. And how many of those learners actually continued their studies after completing the learning program? 77% of them said no, they did not study further. 8%, yes, they studied full-time, and 14% are studying part-time. And then how many of them actually went out to start their own businesses? So 61% of them started their businesses employing one person, or them as the employer and the employee. And these businesses are making less than 50,000 per annum. For those that are in employment, we ask them, what company benefits do you get in the new employment that you're in? So you find those that say they pay the UIF in case they had to lose their job, they will have some money to get access to. Those who had other benefits, medical aid, 19% of them had medical aid, pension fund, provident fund, 15% of them, food allowance, 8%, travel allowance, 8%, and then there's other. And then we ask them, how many dependents do you have with the salary that you're earning? 20% said none. One said 29% of them, they support one person. Those who support two people, 23%. Those who support three, 50%, etc. So we also asked them, did your qualifications match to the occupation that you're currently in? And they said 34% of them said there was no match. 20% a partial match, 46% a perfect match. We also know this is the challenge in terms of placement of learners. Learners are often placed in jobs that are not necessarily related to their qualification, right? And this is also an indication of that there. In terms of completion rate, those that did not complete was 11%, those who completed was 89%. I think that is the end of my presentation. I'd like to thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Ms. Mokwana for that presentation. Please note, ladies and gentlemen, that the SSP document is available on our website. So as much as Bontle has, I think, gone through all the different chapters, for some good bedtime reading, you can just consult the SSP document and actually delve into the chapters specifically. It has been quite a while since we've started, and we are running quite behind schedule. So what I'm going to request, ladies and gentlemen, is that we just have literally a 5-minute break, just to ensure that we make those calls, go to the bathroom, grab a quick water, grab a quick tea or coffee, and be back here at approximately 11:36. It is now 11:31. Thereafter, we will have an engagement session, so you'll be able to just engage with all the presentations this morning, as well as hear from our speakers from the learning programs, E2QA department, as well as the 4IR division before we close off the day. So just a quick break. We do understand that it's been quite a while. Make those calls, and when we come back, please ensure that your phones are on silent just to minimize distraction. And I think just for our stakeholders and our audience that is joining in virtually, just to take note that we shall be back commencing with our program just before 11:40. Please do engage whilst we wait. The hashtag is MICT Stakeholder Engagement 2024. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you back shortly.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2.
Ernest. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we are fresh, invigorated, and ready for the last mile. We should actually go quite expeditedly on the second half of our session. As I had mentioned before the break, it's literally just 3 presentations, but I think before the engagement session, I'm going to allow Mr. Ernest Nemogabini, who is the Senior Manager for our Learning Programs Division. I'm sure he actually requires quite little introduction, as I think many of us around this room have at some point in the value chain of the MICT SETA and engaging with the Learning Programs Division over and above our regional team, have actually had conversations and deliberations with him. Please give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, and let's welcome him to the program, to the podium rather, as he gives us the learning programs overview. Thank you.
Good morning. Morning. Sanbonan. Okay. Good morning to our chair, Mr. Simpiwe Tobela, and morning to our CEO as well as MICT SETA executive and the staff, and you stakeholders at large. I hope you are well this morning. I'm going to take you through the presentation under learning programs. Our mandate is more of implementation of, we're also responsible for managing the allocation of discretionary grants, as well as monitoring the programs that are being funded by the SETA. We are required to spend 80% of our budget in implementation of pivotal program, and 20% of the budget have to spend on non-pivotal programs. I think the CEO and the chair have highlighted most of the challenges that we experience as we implement this program. I'm not going to repeat that. I'm just going to focus on the programs that we implement in partnership with you as stakeholders. The programs such as learnerships, they're still very critical to assist our young people to gain workplace exposure. And when they finish that program, they're able to receive a certificate, and they can use that certificate to market themselves. Same as skills programs. These programs are mainly focusing on unemployed youth. Mainly, most of them, they don't have post-matric qualifications, and they get assisted to enroll for various learnership programs, which cut across all the subsectors within our scope. Graduate internship programs also key to assist those students that are coming from universities. They do have diplomas, they do have degrees, but they don't have workplace experience. And these programs is there to assist them to gain that workplace experience for a period of 12 months so that they can be employable when they finish those programs. One of the programs that are very, very critical, it's work integrated learning programs to assist students that are coming from universities. Some of them, they're also coming from TVET colleges. For them to be able to complete their diplomas or degrees, they need to be in a workplace for a particular period based on the requirement from the institution of their higher learning. Some institutions, they require them to spend 6 months in a workplace, some 12 months, some 18 months, for them to be able to qualify for their programs. We do implement these programs as well. Bursary is key, where we assist students who are studying our programs within our subsectors with funding until they complete either their degrees or diplomas. We do fund such programs. I'll indicate in terms of cost per learner in the next slides. Short programs are still very critical, where you got international programs such as your Cisco's, your Microsoft. Learners can be exposed to these programs for a period of 3 months, and most of them, when they complete this program, they are employed by those institutions that are implementing these programs, because they are very key in our subsector. Recognition of prior learnings is very critical to assist those workers who know how to do the job, but they don't have a formal qualification. This program assists them to obtain the qualifications in their line of their duty. We also implement programs in partnership with TVET and CET to assist their lecturers, to assist their managers, as well as their staff in terms of skills development. Then one of the interventions that is very, very key is where we support learners with training to start up their own enterprise and also their cooperatives. What we have noted is that not all the learners want to be employed. Some, they prefer to start up their own businesses when they complete these programs. Then we encourage stakeholders to run these programs and establish scope for these learners so that they can start their own business and participate in the economy. We also have intervention that assist unions, workers, with skills development within our subsector. The first intervention in terms of cost, in terms of budget, and the target that we have for 2024-2025, the first intervention is TVET placement. The annual target is 1,864. We fund 70,000 per students, which in terms of allowance, they have to receive around 3.8 a month to assist them to attend these interventions. Then if you look at the budget, it's around 480 million that have been budgeted to support this intervention. And this number, 1864, this is a national target. We need to implement this program nationally. Hence, you find that normally the SETA allocates minimal numbers to stakeholders who have applied for this intervention. It's informed by the target that we have. Some of you do apply for 3,000, and you can see the target is only 1,864, and that's the annual target. Then moving to the next intervention, which is university placement, where we assist students that are coming from universities, and some of them, they're coming from TVET colleges with WIL program. Then the annual target is 700, and this 700 have to be implemented nationally across all the 9 provinces that we have as a country. It's a minimum number because it's informed by the budget that we have as an entity. The budget is around 49 million to support this indicator. The next intervention is internship. The annual target is 1,650. And this number have to be implemented nationally. You can see the budget is 440,000 to support this intervention. Then the next intervention, which is learnerships, is always a higher target compared to other indicators. The annual target is 4,050. It's a national numbers that need to be implemented across all the provinces. And we have 9 provinces as a country. The budget is around 250 million that have been budgeted to support this indicator. Then the candidacy programs, we need to support around 90 learners. With this intervention, the budget is around 6.3 million. and this is the national target that need to be implemented across all the provinces. Skills programs, the annual target is 1,000. It's a national target which need to be implemented in all the provinces that we have. The budget is around 40,400,000. Then moving to short programs, the annual target is 950 at a budget of 47,880,000. Then we also have programs that need to be implemented in rural areas. Our annual target is 60, which means we need to have 60 programs that need to be implemented nationally in rural provinces or rural areas. The intervention that support workers in terms of bursary, the annual target is 77 at the budget of 6,630,000. Moving to the next one, which is continuation, where we support those that are continuing with their academic program, which are workers, at a cost of 2,310,000, and the target is 33. In terms of skills program targeting employed workers, the annual target is 198 at the budget of 600 and 930. The total cost per training per learner is 35,000 per worker. That's the ceiling amount that need to be to support that interventions. Then in terms of bursaries for unemployed youth, the annual target is 310, and we need to support these unemployed youth nationally in all the provinces, and the target is 310 at a cost of 27,900,000. Then in terms of partnerships, the planned target is 14 partnerships that we need to have with TVET colleges and with institutions of higher learning like your universities and your colleges. The partnership that is planned is around 25 in the current financial year. Then center of specializations that are planned for this year is 15. In terms of programs that assist lecturers with skills development, the annual target that has been planned for this year is 75 at a cost of 2,625,000. Bursaries that are mainly going to assist lecturers, the plan is 75. In terms of skills development, focusing on CET colleges, the plan target is 75. The program that assists AET learners that are unemployed, the plan target is 70 at a cost of 2,450,000. The cooperatives development programs, the plan is 150 learners that need to be trained to start up cooperatives within their subsector. It's 150. It will depend on the intervention that they are doing. If they are doing learnerships, the cost will be 65,000 per learner. If they are doing an internship program, the cost will be 73,600 per learner. If they are doing wheel programs such as university placement and TVET placement, the cost will be 70,000 per learner. We also have interventions where we support and train learners to start their own enterprise. The plan target is 250. It will depend on the intervention that they are doing in terms of funding. NGO support, we plan to support 150 NGO within our subsector this year. It will depend on the programs that they are implementing. The cost will be informed by the intervention that they are implementing. 210 unions workers will be trained in the current financial year. The ceiling amount to train workers is up to 35,000 per worker. RPL programs, the planned target is 110. Then partnership with CET is 9. There's no funding. It's just partnership with CET colleges. Going to the DG process, you remember last year around August, we opened a DG window and it closed end of September last year. It was an online submissions where stakeholders were invited to submit their own online application online. The first step is for the SETA to issue the DG window And the chair have already announced that the next DG window will open in June. Then the first process will be for you to go online and submit your application. And what we have noted, like last year, around 300 and odd numbers, stakeholders, what they did, they created their application online and they didn't submit the application because most of the stakeholders, they wait until the last day and start to submit information. Take time, read the advert, look at the intervention that are there on the advert, and make sure that when you submit all the compliance document in line with the advert. Don't rush, because sometimes you'll submit your ID of your child instead of your ID. Then make sure that you check the information before you submit. Then once the DG is closed, then the process of verification of compliance document started. Then from there, for those that are meeting the requirement, they are being shortlisted for site vetting, where we deploy advisors to come and check if you do have capacity to implement the program that you have applied for. Make sure that when the advisors come to your offices, you are ready. Make sure that you produce all the evidence that is required in line with the vetting checklist so that they can conclude the vetting on time. Then once the advisor have completed their duties, they make recommendation in terms of what they've seen on the ground. And from there, if you are meeting all the compliance verification process, the SETA will issue an SLA in line with the fundings that I've indicated in terms of how much do we fund in terms of those interventions. Then you can start implementing the program. In the current financial year, in terms of submission of documents such as your learnership agreement, your internship agreement, everything have to be submitted online. Then once you receive an SLA, there will be induction where our advisor will take you through the process in terms of how to upload the information on the system, like your ID copies of the learners, generation of the internship agreement. It has to be done online. In the past, we used to receive hard copies such as soft copies, but going forward, the system will generate the learner agreement on the system. Then from there, the rest you just have to upload supporting documents such as your highest qualifications of the learners and ID copies of the learners. We'll take you through the process once you are at the stage of the implementation. In terms of invoices, once the finance module is finished, everything will be online going forward, so that you'll be able to track your payment online, you'll be able to track your submission online as well. Then moving to the status in terms of the DG, in the last DG window, we have received around 1,476 applications, highlighted in red there. Then the application that have been shortlisted for vetting is around 802. Then the next graph reflects in terms of provinces, number of interventions that have been applied for per interventions. You can check that Gauteng was the highest in terms of the intervention that they've applied for, around 2,668. And from 2,668, around 649 were shortlisted for site vetting. And that will amount to 8,271 learners for Gauteng. Looking at your province, which is KZN, in terms of the interventions, it's around 770. And then in terms of learners that have been shortlisted for vetting, it's around 1,977. Then going to other provinces such as your Western Cape, then you can see the applications that have come through, around 587, 246 being shortlisted for vetting, and in terms of number of learners, it's around 2,445. Then if you check this graph, it does talk to what Ms. Mkwena have presented in terms of our subsector base in terms of provinces. Gauteng is always the biggest in terms of stakeholders within those provinces. And this is where we are in terms of allocations. The team is currently finalizing the vetting for those that have been shortlisted so that they can start implementing the program. Always, the demand is always higher than what we have. If you go back to the targets that we have in terms of number of learners that we need to train annually, it's around, if you add all those numbers, they will amount to something like 11,000. And if you look at what we receive in terms of application, it's higher than what we are supposed to implement in line with the budget that we have as an organization. And I think that's the summary of the presentation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much to Mr. Nebukavini for that succinctly presented learning programs division. And I can assure you, I'm sure after his presentation, this is why a lot of us are here today. Learning programs is the cornerstone of our skills development interventions because they obviously shape our future workforce and as well as embody our commitment to excellence in innovation and training. And I think you would have also realized that from Ernest's presentation, the 2024-2025 predetermined objectives were highlighted, meaning that we will need to respond to those output indicators as highlighted in our annual performance plans. So when the discretionary grant window opens in about the next month or half or so in, excuse me, in June, we need to obviously ensure adherence to the DG process that he's also quite highlighted in depth and quite much in detail, and respond to those requirements that are, or that will be highlighted in the advert, such that you avert issues of disappointment by applying for programs that in actual fact are not aligned to our output indicators within our annual performance plan. And I think there was also quite another slide that I realized looking around the room, a lot of people were focused on the discretionary grant interventions versus the interventions applied for and the actual interventions that were shortlisted. I'm sure there's quite a flag that's raised among a lot of us in terms of why those gaps. But as Ernest has highlighted, in that the demand is obviously quite high. And I think in true economics 101, we understand that where there's quite a lot of demand, the supply is also on a downward aspect. So I think it's important that we take note of some of those principles, ladies and gentlemen, when we focus on our discretionary grants funding. Right. A lot has been said this morning, a lot has been shared. We heard from the chairperson opening our program today. We heard from the Chief Executive Officer. We heard from Ms. Bundle Mokwena from our Sector Skills Planning Division. And now we've heard from Ernest Nebukavini. I'm going to open up the floor just for engagement. We'll probably take about 15, 20 minutes, obviously based on the level of heightened engagements and questions. And the management team is here, and I think it's also going to be a collective effort. This is a Durban region. We also have our Durban colleagues here as well to field any questions, but I think the CEO will lead us into that. I'd like us, please, just in terms of following an orderly process, if we could just raise our hands, introduce who you are, we'll get a mic to you, the organization which you represent, and I'd like you, please, to keep your questions very brief. We would like to try and get input from all stakeholders here, such that there is quite a balanced approach of engagement and communication. So if we can just be mindful of that, give other people a chance such that we can have a fair balance of engagement. Over to you, ladies and gentlemen. I see we've already got a hand up there to my right. Rakesh, I think you can just introduce yourself, and if you can keep your Your comment, question, compliments are also quite welcomed, sweet and succinct.
Okay, thank you, Kabiso, for that. I know the discretionary grants application is always a sore topic and for everyone, because some people feel hard done and stuff. So mine is more just of a suggestion as opposed to a question. So just to let's look at some of the things that the CEO had said. You're saying that when people are trained in skills, there has to be innovation. And we're looking at, in terms of what the primary focus of funding this is for, number one is to bridge the skills gap, and then number two is to actually create employment for the students. So I actually believe a lot in your programs, because we are software developers, and we have 13 staff in our company, and 8 of those staff that are permanently employed by us are graduates of our programs. So I think, when people look at why are we training, you should look at basically the purpose, and secondly is the quality of the education. I think for us, being an employer as well as a training provider, we actually train the students for ourselves so we can actually employ them. So what my suggestion would be is that when you get these applications for these grants, you actually need to find out a bit more about the companies. In that way, I think some people will think it will be a lot fairer if they are actually innovating a lot more with their products for the market. And if you're looking at who their clients are, how long they've been in business, and I think those are factors that actually should be considered as well for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rakesh, for that comment. If we have other questions, please, ladies and gentlemen, just raise your hands so that we can see and get a mic to you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Buran from DigiLab Academy. Basically, just two things. Firstly, it's around the issue of stipend. I heard the Chair making reference to the dropout rate sitting at 2% nationally, which is good. But he needs to understand that for us as SDPs to keep the attendance register at record high, it's very difficult to motivate someone who's sitting at 1,800 rands a month to be in class every day. I think when we met on the 19th of April 2023 at Radisson Blue Hotel, we gave the board a mandate or a request to review the learner stipend, because currently, sitting where our economy is at and the inflation rate, to still pay 1,800 rands a month as a stipend, it's a matter for review. So I think when we meet again, Chair, for the second time, we're requesting the board to review our stipend as MICT. Then secondly, it's around the issue of partnerships with TVETs. It came from the closing remarks from the chairperson. I think also again in December last year, we invited DOIs from TVETs. 3 from this province responded, in particular, Tegwini TVET, Amajuba and Mtashana, for the training of their staff. Nothing has happened from December 2023 to date, Chair. Sometimes we may see the reaction coming from TVETs not being supportive. It could be a reason as to how we treat people. So we shouldn't run to people when we need them. And when they respond, we leave them in limbo, no communication, up to date. Those 3 TVETs don't know what happened to those DOIs. Perhaps if NS can give an indication as to what happened, or we only ran to them for compliance purposes, for us to go back to DH and say we are doing something with TVETs. On that, I will stop there, Chair. Those 2, thank you.
Thanks. I'll just allow maybe for 2 questions. There's one on the same row and one at the back before we can tackle them.
Thank you, Chair, for according me the opportunity to converse with our fellow stakeholders. My name is Lasha Mtowazis Msizindlovu, the Director of POW Academy, an accredited training institution under MICT for programs such as sound technology, radio production, end user programs, PowerPoints, etc. So I'd like to start off by saying welcome to Durban. We're welcoming you here. This is South Africa's playground. You're always welcome. So forget about Cape Town. Cape Town is before I even ask a question, I'd like to say thank you for the amazing work you are doing as a SETA, and also according opportunities to various people and impoverished communities, and giving them opportunities to be trained in sector qualifications. So my question on this is, can you please humbly, maybe as our fellow stakeholders or as the SETA, consider making tranche 1 paid before the project begins, because this would ensure that logistical requirements of the projects are covered, such as learning material, learner stationery, instruments of the trade for the learners and for the facilitators, and also learner stipends are actually paid at the end of the first month as the project has started. Because once there's that slight delay when the month has ended, then people start asking questions, etc. And of course, it can cause some types of delays. Please do consider that, stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. One last question before I move over to the panel. Thanks. You can give the gentleman a mic.
Hi. My name is Danda Subert, and I'm an animator. I just want to know what's happening with animation accreditation, the new accreditation. We just won 7 awards for Best Animated Movie in Chicago at the Black Panther Film Festival, the London Film Festival, the Manchester Film Festival, and in Istanbul and Calcutta. And so we've been offered 3 co-productions, but we are lacking animators because of the delay. And we've been offered to take our project to Dubai. And I spoke to the Premier, and she told me after the election. I'm not sure if she's still going to be there after the election. So I need to know what's happening about the animation accreditation.
But there's 2 specific requests that they're making that they said they made before. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm just going to leave over to the panel, but I think, sir, your question will probably be dealt more in depth from an accreditation perspective in the following presentations that are still to follow in our program. Ernest, it's fine, you are mic'd, so you can stay where you are. 2-3 major areas, payment tranches, or rather the periodic payments of tranches, the issue of stipends, and the gentleman raising an issue there with TVET partnerships.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for the question. I'll start with the question around first tranche payment. We have to pay for the services that have been rendered. What we can encourage is that as soon as you have finalized your recruitment and all the learners have submitted the learnership agreement, because the first tranche is based on the submission of learner document, not necessarily the kickoff of the training, which means as soon as you have finalized the recruitment, make sure that in month 1, let's say the program is starting 1st of June. Within the first week of June, make sure that you have finalized the recruitment process and submit all the learnership agreement, fixed term contract of all those learners. Then we are able to pay before the end of the month, so that come end of June, you are able to pay for those learners. Then you just have to sort out your administration. Then if we can assist each other on that one, then we'll be able to pay within the first months of the program, before even the end of the month. Going to the second question around TVET partnerships, yes, there was meeting to encourage TVET partnership colleges around KZN to participate on skills development. We are on the vetting process. I think KZN team is busy with the vetting for those programs that talk to those colleges. I think they will engage with you. Then the issue around stipend, yes, we did review the stipend for learnership from 1.8 to 2.5. In the current financial year, starting from 1st of April last year, we were paying 2.5 for learnership program. Then, however, in terms of skills program, I think that's what we need to look at as the SETA. The amount is still remaining at 1.8, but for learnership it was changed to 2.5. Then I think the other, it was just a comment of area of improvement that we need to look at around when we do the evaluations, just to look at the core business and what the companies are offering. I think that's what the SETA is doing currently, but I think we can improve because we are a learning organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ernest. And I think just to quickly recap there, I think basically what Ernest was saying is that as stakeholders, we also need to meet each other halfway. So as much as it is our responsibility to ensure that with the periodic payments that happen, I think from a compliance and an adherence perspective, we also need to play our part there. To the gentleman from DG Lab Academy, I think the MICT SETA listens, has responded, and as per Ernest's report back on the review of the stipend, we have actually reviewed that for the new financial year, so the MICT SETA is actually a SETA at work. Can we give ourselves a round of applause? Okay. Chair just wants to add something.
So sorry, I'm told that I'm wired so I can speak sitting down. But the thing is, in my village, we don't do that. We stand up in my village when we speak, so I have to speak. So when Ernest responds, he responds, and the CEO would do the same in terms of what the policy says now, and they can't do something that's outside of the policy regime that's there. But I need to make a comment on two things, because if not dealt with, it could be problematic going forward. The first is, whilst we accept the issue about the stipend and its impact, that some of the learners or participants in these programs use the stipend not only to get to the class, probably use it to also maintain families, right? But we should be careful, because that could have undesired consequences, right? One of the things that it has resulted to, which we are trying to manage now through the ILMS, is what has created professional stipend chasers, right? They've got nothing to do with the skill that you are providing, and they are less interested in that skill. They've got nothing to do with it. What they want is the stipend, and once they sense that the stipend is about to end, they jump and go to another SETA and another program and chase that, right? Those are going to be a problem, right? So it says to me, probably collaboratively, we must think and say, how do we recruit these learners that are committed, right? And I say this with conviction. I always express this example, and I spoke to one gentleman here, Dino, spoke to him during, and he shares an experience that's similar to mine about the province, the same province, but different areas of the same province. That province is Northern Cape. In Northern Cape, I was in a small town called Oakip. I hope I'm pronouncing it proper. It's just outside of Springbok, a few, less than 100 kilometers before the border with Namibia. Neglected community, so to speak, as it appears, poor from what you see. We had a program that had 40 learners who, all of them, participated without fail. Some, I think there were 2 disabled learners there, who participated in a program to the end, no dropout. They all went through. Not one day have we ever heard them complain about the stipend. What they were appreciating every single moment was the opportunity presented by MICT SETA for them to be afforded a chance to have a skill, right? And I said to myself, if this is possible, that there's kids out there who are looking for the skill so that they are self-sufficient than to rely temporarily on a stipend that's going to end. And when it ends, they drop this and move on to elsewhere. So that's a problem that we're going to create with this thing of the stipend if we overemphasize it. And I'm not saying let's score it, no, but I think let's not overemphasize it, because our rhetoric is going to influence the thinking that these learners have. If our recruitment also is underpinned by the stipend than the skill that would deliver, you're going to get these problems. So we have to have a way of how do we shape the narrative as we recruit. And it's problematic. If a kid in Northern Cape, and let me tell you this, and I'm over killing this, but please forgive me. We learned there's a learner who walked almost 5 kilometers from the training point to where they stay, to and from, and gives up on a program that was giving him money at the time to join this program that's giving him a skill. Doesn't complain about the stipend, but commits to this and finishes it, right? So I think we need to be responsible as citizens to drive towards this. Others, this country will collapse in our hands. Our kids will have no country to inherit if we will allow things small like this to be what derails the bigger picture. So we must elevate a bit of our thinking and view of what are we doing here in this small space. How does it contribute to a bigger picture of developing a country, right? That's how we must elevate our conception of this. So we have revised it as far as learnerships are concerned, but still for the short skills, and it still remains at 1.8. We have not slammed the door shut even on that. It's something that we would look into it with time. But here is the second point that we should also, you would be interested in, insofar as the stipend, upping of the stipend. You should remember, she was talking about Economics 101. The resources are unlimited, are not unlimited. There is very limited resources. If you pushed up the stipend to a particular level, you should ask yourself, where is that money going to come from, right? That money will have to be cut from you. It would have to either reduce the number of those who benefit, if not, that is you, the training providers. If it doesn't come from you, cutting the total number of those who benefit, it means cutting your margins, right? To a point where it may not make business sense to run this for you. So it has to come from somewhere, no doubt about it. Government is not, I grew up thinking government is a big man with unlimited money where you can open the safe and you take as much as you want. Unfortunately, when I grew up and saw government, I saw, well, unfortunately, it's far from the truth. Right. So I thought I must emphasize this point. Let me address with another one that the CEO will not be happy with. So I've made you unhappy. Let me make the CEO unhappy. The issue of payment that was raised here, that the first tranche is low and it's compromising your program, and I think we must have a discussion around this. The principle is correct, what Ernest is raising, that we pay for services rendered. But how we structure the payment should also be cognizant of the fact that we also deal with SMMEs. I am popular now with the training providers. No, that's on a lighter note, because unfortunately I don't want to be popular. But I'm just saying the reality of life is that we must be careful that we're dealing with we must try and strike a balance between ensuring that we keep the purse under very strong and tight upkeep, and at the same time ensuring that those that have an opportunities, they are starting, they are new, they are small, and their liquidity issues. Also, we should find a way of saying, how do we get to address these two together without one compromised at the expense of the other? I think that's a discussion that we still have to have internally. So I thought these two things are important. We listened, she said. We listened. Indeed, we are listening. We will deal with these things, but we can't deal with them to your utmost satisfaction, because there are things that we know that you may not know that we need to be careful of. Thank you.
Well said.
I think that was very well said, Chairperson, and we need to move on. I'm just mindful, rather, of time, ladies and gentlemen. As much as we could be here and engage a lot, I still want us to hear from our Education, Training and Quality Assurance Division, as well as our 4IR Division, just to give us their key pertinent updates. Ms. Natalie Nelson is the Senior Manager for Education, Training and Quality Assurance. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to ask her to come up. I do recognize the gentleman and the hand that is up there. After the presentation, the next presentation, you will be first up to put through your comment. May we please give Ms. Natalie Nelson a round of applause as she comes up. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Chairperson of the board, MICT SETA board, Mr. Simpiwe Tovela, CEO of the MICT SETA, Mr. Madume Maribana, my dear colleagues in senior management, colleagues from the region, and as well as you, our constituents, thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'm going to take you through a very short presentation in respect of updates linked to quality assurance. You'd note, colleagues, that we are no longer considered ETQAs, but in terms of the movements and the shifts that are currently happening within the landscape, we are considered quality partners as well as development partners. In terms of quality partners, we still fulfill tasks such as the accreditation process, re-accreditation process, exit verification, certification, and in terms of development partners, we focus then on the realignment of former qualifications as well as then the development of new qualifications as identified by the sector. So just key points in terms of what we'll focus on. We'll just do a quick overview of the OQSF, and this is basically the framework under which we operate as a SETA. We'll touch on the transitional arrangements, historical programs, occupational programs, and then some further updates around quality partner governance. So just moving into the overview of the OQSF. I know we touched on this in the previous roadshows, but I think it's quite important that we revisit it as the change and the transition is currently in effect. So OQSF, Occupational Qualifications Sub-Framework, and that has been put in place by the QCTO as delegated by the Minister, and this specifically then focuses on how we develop and register qualifications, part qualifications, and skills programs all the way from NQF Level 1 up to NQF Level 8. You'd note that the SETA delegation previously indicated we could only develop qualifications up to and including NQF Level 6. So this change now allows us to develop qualifications up to and including NQF Level 8, and these qualifications obviously are identified by industry, but also then allows us to professionalize the sectors and formalize education across the board. So this has all been put together under the Ministerial Determination for Sub-Frameworks that was basically gazetted and came into effect on the 24th of December 2020. So just in addition to that, we're looking at how you can articulate in terms of the OQSF. You'd note that in terms of this diagram. On the left-hand side, we have a clear indication or distinction between the various sub-frameworks. NQF level 4, 1 all the way up to NQF level 4, specifically sits under Umalusi. This is basically at the basic education level. If we have a look at NQF level 5 all the way up to NQF level 10, that specifically sits within the Council for Higher Education and Training, and that's where we'd find your traditional universities, your universities of technology. And then if we have a look at the right, this specifically then indicates our scope under the OQSF, and it basically starts at the General Occupational Certificate and weaves all the way up to specialized occupations and diplomas. And this basically allows anyone coming into the OQSF sub-framework to weave in and out of the various frameworks. Basically, that means you could move from a general occupational certificate and eventually end up at a higher certificate under CHE or at a master's level under CHE as well. So it allows us to articulate diagonally, vertically, everything else. The green arrow, there's quite an important arrow for us to remember. We'll get to a slide that specifically talks about the new occupational process and what we call the external integrated summative assessment, which then is implemented through the occupational process. So this just then gives an overview again of the occupational programs and then the NQF levels across the board. You'd note the previous diagram specifically indicated the NQF levels from NQF level 1 up to NQF level 8. This gives you a clear depiction of the credit value associated then with those various NQF levels. So these are the minimum credit values which you can attribute to any qualification that is developed under the OQSF. It's important to note that skills programs also form part of the new occupational programs, and they generally start at 8 credits and reach a maximum of 59 credits. Then looking at part qualifications, we then reach a maximum of from 60 credits up to 119 credits, and that's how we can develop a skills program. And then ultimately, we have the full qualifications starting at NQF level 6, and that moves into then from 120 credits. So moving into the transitional arrangements, I think we're all aware of this as gazetted. This basically indicates the provision. All pre-2009 qualifications, these are the historical qualifications that you've been accredited for, that you've been implementing training for. Those came to an end in terms of their registration date on the 30th of June 2023. The implication there is that the SETA can no longer offer accreditation to new SDPs for those qualifications. What we can do, however, is provided for in the next block, which specifically then talks to, my apologies, which then talks to the last date of enrollment. So the last date of enrollment is basically the last date at which any accredited training service provider can enroll learners into any of the qualifications that have existed on the NQF, the pre-2009 qualifications. And this basically means that any provider who is accredited by the MICT SETA can enroll these learners into these programs, provided that it is done before the 30th of June 2024. So that is less than 6 weeks away, colleagues. So if you do have learners in enrollment, please ensure you enroll those learners with the SETA. We'll indicate the process in the next slides. It must be done. Otherwise, the learners cannot be exited at the end of the training program. And then the last one is then what we term the teach-out period, the last date of achievement. And that basically means that between 30 June 2024 and 30 June 2027, learners must have been trained, assessed, internally moderated, requested for exit verification by the SETA, and certificated by the 30th of June 2027, failing which, unfortunately, the SETA cannot certificate these learners. So then moving into the historical programs and the enrollment for learners, we have, at this stage, we're still making use of our semi-automated process. using the online forms. I must indicate, I think as the chairperson has alluded, we have developed a learner management system. We are at the stage of finalization on the ETQA modules. There are a number of modules that we've worked on, which includes learner management, learner enrollment, learner assessment, moderation, and just basically exiting the learners throughout the learning program implementation. So we plan on implementing and actually launching the LMS module for ETQA, and that will probably be done around July, August this year. So in terms of the current process for enrollment, we have a link on the website. It's noted to be there. Please download the necessary document, complete it, and then submit it to our certification team, who will then issue you with a letter that indicates these are the learners that have been enrolled for this particular program. This is quite important because in the absence of this, we would not be able to prove that the learners, in fact, were enrolled before the 30th of June, 2024. So just quick updates. I think the process on ETD practitioner registration remains in place. We'd note that in terms of the occupational process under QCTO previously, the thought process was assessors and moderators would be phased out. However, a new approach has come to light where it is assessors and moderators would still form part of the occupational implementation process. You would just need to obviously prove your level of skill, competence, and knowledge against the outcomes of the new occupational programs. So if you were registered as an assessor for end-user computing, you would then need to register as a subject matter expert to be able to then participate and continue to assess on the new occupational programs. Just as indicated before, assessors should have been trained on the ETDP SETA unit standard, same for moderators as well. On the moderation unit standard, assessors must have subject matter expertise, of course, in the content you will be assessing, and then moderators must have subject matter expertise in the process of assessment because that's what you obviously look at. Just in terms of what is required to be registered, we would need a certified copy of your ID, your passport, if you are foreign national. In the instances where you have access to an exemption from Home Affairs as a foreign national, this requirement is waived, and it's waived in line with the Home Affairs Ministerial Determination of December 2023, which provides an automatic extension of this exemption up to and including December 2024. So important to note. Your CV and then re-registration documents. So just in terms of the process, end to end, we look at about 30 days in order to get you registered as an ETD practitioner. Also key to note here, it's dependent on the documentation that we receive. Is it certified? Is it in date? And when we actually have a look at your CV as well as your qualifications, we then register you based on evidence and proof that you can actually assess and moderate against the outcomes of particular qualifications. Verification, colleagues, I won't belabor this point, but it's a critical process for us as well. It's the process where we actually ensure that the learners have been trained and have been trained accordingly. Particularly for exit verification. As a part of the new process, we have adopted induction verification. This obviously assists you with understanding what the SETA would require when we get to the exit verification process. And much like you follow the process to actually request for exit verification, you would follow the very same process for induction verification. This is a key process specifically for learnerships because you would want to know what would the SETA expect eventually when we come out and conduct exit verification. The SETA at that point would also check whether your assessment tools are valid, whether the assessment tools are going to actually prove competence against the outcome. So this is critical, colleagues, for you to then request for exit or induction verification if you are implementing a full qualification or a learnership. The process, again, takes about 60 days. The reason for the 60 days is, of course, we receive your application, we do the desktop vetting. Oftentimes we receive your application without the supporting documentation, such as your assessment report, your moderation report, the attendance registers, your accreditation certificate or letter. And this is important for us to do the desktop vetting before we get to the stage where we do the allocation of an advisor. It just makes the process easier by the time the advisor comes out to actually conduct your exit verification. So end to end, we look at about 60 days. That process then leads into certification, and this is the end of the process. What we request here throughout your implementation is if you are implementing a full program or learnership, you would track learner achievement throughout the process, because you know not every single learner would at the end of the process be eligible for full certification on the qualification. You'd also find that some learners drop out. So we would want to issue SORs to those learners who ultimately have then been issued or have not completed the program. This also allows them to accumulate credits towards any other qualification that they may complete. So just in terms of the process there, we look at an end-to-end 40 days, but currently we're averaging on about 20 days once we've received all of the documentation from you as our stakeholders. I want to then move into a critical component. We get a lot of questions around the qualifications that we have realigned to date. So obviously, in order for you to move then into the occupational accreditation process, you would want to understand which qualifications are currently available on the NQF that replace the old qualifications. So currently we are averaging on, out of the 44 qualifications, we have successfully realigned and submitted a total of 40 qualifications to the QCTO. The slide that I'm currently projecting indicates the qualifications that are registered already on the NQF and replace the former qualifications. We've also indicated the link of where you can find these qualifications. Then we're moving into a critical component, the qualifications with the highest uptake, of course, end-user computing, NQF level 3 and 4. We've realigned these into skills programs, and they start at basic, intermediate, and then advanced. This is specifically because you would never find someone being an end-user computing practitioner. So everybody needs access to digital skills, and this allows then any sector to adopt these programs and implement at the basic level as well. These programs, by virtue of their transitional nature, can also then be adopted in and through the Umalusi system. In terms of the qualifications that we've submitted to QCTO, there's a complete list. So we have realigned several qualifications into one occupational program. As soon as these qualifications are available on the NQF, we would then notify stakeholders by means of loading it onto our website. It's also important to note that we need your feedback in terms of what we've developed. So this ideally would be submitted to you through SAQA for your inputs as part of public comments. Colleagues, we develop the qualifications in line with subject matter experts, and we take it that all of you sitting in the room are our subject matter experts. And as a result, we'd like your feedback in terms of what we've developed. Is the content relevant? Is it pitched at the right level? Is it going to address the skills demand in relation to the skills supply? Those are really important things because we're not building white elephants. We need to ensure the qualifications that we develop are actually qualifications that are going to be utilized in the sector. So in terms of the qualifications that we are finalizing quite a few. As indicated, I think there's about 4 of them. And 2 of those have already been realigned into occupational qualifications. We're just reviewing the content. They were registered about 5 years ago. So we just need to ensure that the content is still relevant in terms of the industry norms and standards. And that's why we review and update these qualifications. So moving on to how you become accredited for the programs that we've just indicated. This is the QCTO process. And the process actually starts specifically with the QCTO. So if you're looking to become accredited, our role is highlighted then in blue. Everything that you see in red is what QCTO is responsible for. They receive your applications. They still make use of the online forms. You're welcome to pivot to their website, start your application there. Once that's complete, they send through the allocation to the MICT SETA. We acknowledge receipt. We allocate then to our advisors who conduct the site visit in conjunction with you. And then we generate a report and we actually submit that report to the QCTO. What we have done as an organization to ensure the quality of what we submit to QCTO is we continue to have our accreditation committee that sits on a monthly basis to actually review these reports prior to them being submitted to the QCTO. Post this process, you would then receive an accreditation certificate or letter from the QCTO directly, but we would still be responsible as a SETA for ensuring the monitoring of the training service providers and the implementation of the various programs. The last aspect, which is quite key, in terms of the occupational process, there are 4 elements. So the first element is, of course, a knowledge module. So this is the theory module that is implemented with the training service provider. The second component is the practical. This could also be done with the training service provider, where you do simulated sessions, much like how you would do learnerships. And the last component, which is critical, is then the workplace component. So with the workplace component, there is an expectation that learners are exposed to a workplace. If you are an SDP, and you're not an SDP who is also an entity that has access to workplace sites, you would be expected to then have an SLA in place with a workplace site where the learners can gain exposure to the elements covered at the knowledge and the practical level of the qualification. This is critical because it gains them entry into the next stage of the program, which is called then the ESA, the External Integrated Summative Assessment Center. And this is where the learners would then go and actually complete the assessment. Some of them are more technical assessments, so they would need to actually apply, or perhaps if it's cybersecurity analyst or something like a computer technician, they would actually need to physically take a computer apart and put it back together outside of writing the physical exam as well. So these centers are quite critical because then they help us with the throughput in terms of learner competence for the qualification. You can be issued with SORs for knowledge, for practical, and for workplace, but you would not be issued with a certificate if you have not successfully completed the ESA. And in order for us to get to the ESA level, we need accredited ESA centers. And this is a process that is implemented in and through QCTO, ourselves as a quality partner, as well as assessment centers. If you are a skills development provider, you can become an ESA center. The only difference is you would not be able to assess your own learners at your ESA center, and this is as per policy. So our roles and responsibilities, QCTO still have the oversight role and responsibility. They still receive your applications, they still do the desktop vetting, and they hand them over to us as the QP. As a QP, we then do the allocations, and we come out to your site to test whether, in fact, the site does meet the minimum requirements. We then do the report and we submit it to QCTO for the final issuance of a registration letter. This process takes about 30 days on average, depending on whether your site is compliant or not. And over and above this process, you would then be able to have this accreditation in place for a period of 5 years. So what do you need to do? I think there's a whole list of information here, but you just need to ensure that you comply with the relevant policies and procedures that have been put together by the QCTO as well as the SETA as the quality partner, that you adhere to the set standards, that you enter into the formal agreement with us as a QP, that you ensure that candidates are not assessed and moderated by the same facilitator or the subject matter expert. So the person who is going to conduct the subject matter expert that is going to conduct the assessment at the ESA Center may not be the same person who actually did it at the training site, and that's quite critical. And then this just gives you a list of all of the responsibilities and what is required. The presentation would be made available, but also we've put this information onto our website for you to be able to access with regard to the process. You must be a legal entity, much like you would under a skills development accreditation, tax clearance certificate. You must have a learner management system where you'll manage the learners. Thankfully, the SETA is at the process where we are finalizing our module, so you would make use of our module to load your learners in terms of their readiness for an ESA. Obviously, the facility must be safe and secure, so the OSHEC requirements must be met, and then you must have access to the necessary equipment in order for us to then recommend for you to become an accredited ESA. So just in terms of the process, as I indicated, our averaging is usually 30 days, but we've built in additional time, and this is specifically because the final decision on this process does not rest with the SETA. We make the recommendation, but ultimately it is the QCTO who makes the final decision with regard to this. The last part of my presentation just talks about the governance updates. So we've had policies in place within the SETA. Those policies have been in place since 2019. However, with the shift in the landscape, the introduction of the occupational programs, we saw it fit to actually update these policies to make provision for both the phasing out, the teach-out period for historical accreditation, as well as the introduction of occupational accreditation and the occupational processes as well. So just in terms of the policies that are available on our website as well, we've updated the accreditation policy. The terms and conditions of accreditation will also be updated in the LMS system. So when you eventually log into the system and upload your information as an SDP, you would be requested to then comply or tick I comply with the terms and conditions of accreditation, and they are updated in line with the policy. The e-learning policy, which we did not have in place before, we've had numerous questions, and I think it came through one of the roadshows, questions around can we actually implement our learning online and what are the requirements? So we've built a policy around this. It is available online as well. Verification and certification, workplace approval, assessment and moderation as well. Colleagues, it's important that you familiarize yourself with these policies. So these policies are how we will govern your implementation, both from a historical accreditation as well as an occupational accreditation process. It gives a clear indication of suspensive clauses, withdrawal clauses, how you should implement your programs, how you need to engage with the SETA. And I think while this was in place, it was in place, and we've just updated it according to the relevant changes that have happened. That, colleagues, brings me, I think, to the end of my presentation. I've just highlighted our contact details. Must indicate that we've been joined by a new ETQA manager who would be available to assist as well in terms of any queries that you may have with the process. I think from my side, just to thank you for your patience. We understand that change is not easy, but the pivoting to the occupational process is critical, not just for us, but for our learners as well. It ensures that these learners have the necessary skills, knowledge, and competence to match the demand of the sector. We cannot continue to train learners on obsolete qualifications that leave them unemployed. It is really important that you start perhaps reviewing and changing mindset around pivoting into the occupational process. Thank you, colleagues.
Colleagues, Ms. Natalie Nelson was very clear, very articulate on the issue of transitional arrangements as gazetted. The date to remember is 30 June 2024. Otherwise, I think your learners cannot be exited at the end of the program. Quality assurance is a highly regulated space, so I think it's quite imperative to adhere to all the requirements and take them into account on all the various aspects and all the different processes as required in the Quality Assurance Division. I'm going to call upon Ms. Gugu Sema. Ms. Gugu Sema is the Senior Manager for the 4IR Division. I'm sure keeping up to date on our social media platforms, you've seen that there's been quite a number of activities. The chair also alluded to a number of partnerships in the 4IR space that have been forged in the various institutions from a technology of universities, TVET colleges, as well as your traditional universities perspective. If you can please assist me to bring Ms. Gugu Sema up as she takes us through her overview of the 4IR division and the pertinent updates. After Ms. Gugu Sema, we'll have a short engagement session before receiving the closing remarks. I'm sure our stomachs are grumbling at this stage. And I'll also just like to make a clarion call to all those stakeholders who would still be joining online. Please keep the engagement going. If you can also just put through your questions, and we will see during the engagement session to actually attend to those. Let's give Gugu a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks.
Thank you, Program Director. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. A special greeting to the Chairperson of the Board and the CEO, as well as my colleagues, the Senior Managers. Before I start with my presentation, I want to promise you that I'm not going to keep you long, but let me also start by sharing with you what I've learned. Yesterday, I came across a book, and this book, it talks about 4 pillars of success and greatness. One of the pillars is the self, the second pillar, the story, the third pillar, the philosophy, and the last pillar, the team. So I'm going to talk about our story, the 4IR story, MICT SETA story, our journey since the establishment of the division, which is related to the pillar number 2, the story. This is the roadmap of where we come from since the introduction of 4IR. We, as a country, started embracing 4IR in 2019. That was after 2018, where the President appointed the advisory committee, the Presidential Commission, the PC4IR. We then, in 2019, as a MICT SETA, established the division. In 2020, we established our own committee, 4IR Advisory Committee, which was endorsed in 2020. And then in the same year, 2020, we came up with the Integrated Digital Skills Strategy that we currently implementing it as a division. In the same year, we started with the development of occupational qualifications that are responsive to the 4th Industrial Revolution. And in 2020, mid-2022, we then started with the implementation of these qualifications that we have developed as pilot programs. The advisory committees that were established back then had 4 streams, which is education, labor, research, and policy. These committees have played a vital role in supporting the MICT SETA to develop the integrated digital skills strategy. They also advise the MICT SETA 4IR on programs to be developed that are 4IR aligned. They advise us on the future of work, what we need to focus in terms of the future of works. They constantly also support us on the development and other initiatives that we have as an organization that are 4IR aligned. The integrated digital skills strategy, which was approved by the board in November 2021, the vision of our strategy is a sector that benefits from enhanced digital skills, realigned workforce, redesigned ecosystem, and research. Our mission is to realign the labor workforce with 4IR skills demand, to focus on industry-specific research agenda in support of the redesigned education ecosystem, digital skills intervention, and innovation. You will note on both our vision and a mission, we talk of redesign ecosystem, redesign education ecosystem, interventions, research, and digital skills intervention. We have this because we were very intentional when we were developing the strategy, because looking at the future, we cannot afford to approach or implement 4IR with the same mindset. There's a need for us to rethink, to reframe on our processes, to redesign our education ecosystem to align with the current trend on the digital trend that we're seeing. At high level, this IDSS, it seeks to achieve, or what we have achieved to date in a short term. We have established those advisory committees with the 4 streams. We have established research chairs across public universities where we are funding. The chair alluded on that earlier together with the CEO. We have developed the 4IR, they are already been endorsed by both SAQA and QCTO. We have forged strategic partners or partnership where we have signed MOUs, and we've implemented various projects with our strategic partners. The qualifications that we have developed to date, we have developed about 50 4IR aligned qualifications. In a short period of time, we are really grateful to all the industry players that supported us to achieve this great milestone on our qualifications. These are the qualifications that are out there. We encourage SDPs in the room to look at this list and also start the accreditation process. As the previous speaker, my colleague, has indicated, the process now starts with QCTO. You submit your application. Those qualifications, they are there. We not only did developed full qualifications, but we have developed skills programs in the form of programming languages and other programs. So these are the programs that are available again for you to apply for accreditation in order to implement and support this digital skills agenda. Our future plan in terms of development, based on the data breach that we have experienced as a country, and the research that's already been developed and produced, it indicates that we need database security experts. So this is also part of our future development. We'll be developing these qualifications. We've already submitted this application to QCTO. We have been approved to develop. We will be starting with the development of these qualifications. Creative and critical thinking. As we are supporting innovation, we also need to ensure that we stimulate the creative minds and critical thinking. This has also appeared in many of the research, the World Economic Forum, as part of these future skills that we need, this skill, creative and critical thinking. You will note that in the past we have developed the design thinking qualification. We have 2 qualifications there. We are now will be focusing on creative and critical thinking, business intelligence analyst, machine learning specialist. As the CEO spoke of AI, we need to really ensure that we upskill and develop this skill, so we will be developing that qualification. Some of the skills programs that we'll be developing, the low-code developer skills programmer or no-code developers. We need a lot of developers and coders, so we'll be having this as skills programs that will be developed in the future. Research chairs, we have established research chairs in various universities. This is where we have our presence. In the province here, we have the Durban University of Technology. We have our fully fledged 4IR lab. If you have time, please do visit our lab there. We have our labs, we're supporting the labs. There's a lot of innovation that is happening in that lab. I was told yesterday by Prof, our research chair, that the students are currently building an AI car. So I will be going down there just to see what they are doing in that lab. So we invite our TVETs that are in the room, as well as our strategic partners and you as our stakeholders, just to visit our lab there. CPUT, we have presence there. We have researchers. Almost in all the provinces, we have now our presence where we establish the research chairs and have students that we are funding, and some of them, they are currently busy with the MICT SETA project. So in total, since we have established these research chairs, we have funded students at a total of 425 at a master's and PhD level. Our research chairs are based or are established in 3 pillars: research, innovation, and capacity building. As you will have noted in our IDSS, that innovation is at the center, research and innovation is at the center of our board mission and vision. Some of the projects, these are the MICT projects that the board approved that we allocate to the universities, where we allow these students that we are funding to develop these solutions for us. So the Tshwane University of Technology, as the previous speakers indicated, they've been busy with the LMS. The University of Limpopo, they are busy with the college and SETA Times. UJ, the MICT SETA Intranet. Durban University of Technology, they are engaged on the Knowledge and Information Management Plan. CPUT, the Cyber Security Plan for the MICT SETA. We are back with TUT, they are busy now with the Career Hub, developing that solution for us. VUT, the e-recruitment. Again, TUT, the e-learning platform has been allocated to them. UKZN, the MIS, and lastly, the Northwest University, they are busy with the GIS. The chair also highlighted earlier on about the uptake of these qualifications. So we have tested the industry in terms of what we have developed. So we have been piloting some of these projects as some of these programs as QCTO and SAQA endorsed them. So these are some of the programs that we have ran as short programs in collaboration with our strategic partners. In the province, we have ran the TVET placement that with our partner IWASA. They are the organization that are focusing on e-waste. We have run a number of programs in different provinces. I must also indicate that we have seen the uptake is a very high uptake. The industry are welcoming these programs because these are the skills or these are the programs that address the current skills gap which has been introduced by this technological advancement. So in terms of the impact, to date we have trained about 439 beneficiaries, and 40% are females in both rural and township, and 60% are male, 5% disabled. Our successful stories, as I've indicated earlier, just to share with you some of our stories, through the pilot programs, we managed to create about 68 permanent jobs. 27 companies have been registered, specializing on 4IR general purpose technologies such as optic fiber, 5G, cloud computing, AI, software development, IoT. We've registered about 10 cooperatives that are currently working, and we also have 5 digital incubation programs. So this is really a progress, a slow progress, and you can imagine all this we managed while doing pilot. We are hoping, we believe that when we start to roll this program fully as learnership, we will even see more successful stories. Some of the highlights stories that we can share with you, these are some of the projects that we have ran, women-owned programs that we ran on fiber optic in Eastern Cape, which was also a success. We've also ran another program on fiber optic with Digital Council Africa, which was also another success. We've ran the cell phone and mobile repairs in collaboration with Trailblazer. We have also, for the first time as an organization, have a partner that did not, at the end of the program, did not only give learners, a certificate, but they gave them the tools of trade to go and start their own business and continue to implement the skill that they have learned. So well done to Trailblazer. We have also run a 5G and a cloud computing program at the TVET, because we are now, supporting the TVET, working closely in collaboration with our strategic partners, because we want to develop these TVET learners. They need to benefit on this. For over a period of time, there have been an outcry that the curriculum at the TVET level is outdated, and the industry can't even absorb those learners. So to address that gap, we have partnered with about 20 TVET colleges, where with our partners, we then access their unutilized lab, use those labs, train the learners, and train the lecturers, so that in the future, these lecturers will be the one that implements these programs. So we have done this. This is one of the pilot programs that we've run in collaboration with Forge Academy at Kwamhlushwa in Malelane, somewhere in Mpumalanga. The learning labs, we have also identified key partners in the industry, such as your academic institution, government departments that have labs that we have entered into an MOU with them with the aim of utilizing those labs. I've already touched on the TVET, that we've signed about 20 TVET MOUs across the country. So we've started in a small scale with the implementation of various programs with our partners. With the 2020, in this financial year, we are hoping to scale up this initiative, because we have seen it yield positive results. We have also ran hackathon, because we are very intentional about supporting the innovation. We also want to allow young people to come up with innovation solutions that will address our social problems. So we've ran various hackathons with our strategic partners, and we have seen some of the solutions that have been adopted by these organizations, such as the SETA. We've ran a hackathon with them. Some of the solutions that came up out of that hackathon, they have adopted that to use it in their organization. So these are some of success and stories that we wanted to share with you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Gugu. Lots and lots and lots of activity that has taken place. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm actually going to be quite strict on time. I'm going to open up the floor, but I'm just going to give us just a little over 10 minutes to engage. I did recognize the gentleman on my right-hand side to actually be the first to go and obviously put through his questions, comments, and then if we can also just engage with the content that has been shared, particularly on the quality assurance update given by Ms. Natalie Nelson, as well as Ms. Gugu Sema, if there's any commentary, suggestions, or even questions that you'd like to pose through to her. I open up, the floor is yours. Thank you. Please introduce yourself, organization in which you represent, and just be succinct.
Sanbonani, my name is Rahim Billy, come from a company called Millennium Built Environment. We're based in Durban. My question is, I wanted to find out if whenever we send this application for the DG grant, of which I've been sending for a couple of years now, and we get the reply I will ask for those people who get that regrettable email, and they tell you in the email, they specify that you can ask any questions. Do the people who go through these applications, do they go through all the applications, and do they wait for our replies? Because for the past couple of years, I've been sending one question: can you tell me where I fall short so that I can improve? But I've never get an answer. The only thing I do always get a quick email that says, the next window will open, please wait for it. So this question is actually posed to the CEO and the chair specifically. Just to rephrase, do they go through all the applications, or do they just have the basket that we know these guys have been implementing, we'll just go there. Then we'll highlight all this one, we say regrettably. Once they say regrettably, they don't go back now and say who asked questions. I think every people who've been receiving regrettable emails, they've been wanting to know where do they fall short. I'm one of them. And I've never got a reply of where do I fall short. And when I sit and look at people at the field, I'm like, that person, I'm that guy, you know? So that's what I wanted to find out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. There's two questions, in fact, three on the left. If you can please just get mics ready to all of them.
Thank you very much. My name is Isaac Msimanga. I'm from a company called Dynamic Trading. I'm from Free State. My question lies here. We have been shortlisted for the implementation of programs for this financial year. Now, my concern is the site on which we want to implement the program is one of the digital hubs that has been opened by our ministers over some years back. So now we are a training provider at the same time, but now we want to, for strategic purposes and for the benefit of learners, we would love to run this program at one of that digital hub. That is where we've got offices, and we do have a lease agreement there. But the same center is not our approved accredited center yet. So my question is whether we should only stick to our accredited center, which does not really align to our strategic approach, or can we use the same digital hub that has got all required resources, and we've got a lease agreement to utilize such resources? I think I'm clear.
I just spoke about animation. I spoke about the animation difficulty that we are having. We have three co-productions. We are an animation studio and a training center. And we're waiting for our accreditation for 2 years now. And we're not sure what to do. And we have an option to take our project out of the country. And we have a 60% youth unemployment rate, and animation brings in money in dollars. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Can you give a mic next to the lady, next to the gentleman?
Hi, everyone. My name is Nosiba. I'm coming from the Organized Contracting and Development Company. I just want to make a quick question. I think this is aligned with what the gentleman has asked. So my question is, if you don't get communication, if you send emails, if you make calls repeatedly, how then do we escalate it? Who do we speak to if we have already reached to the maximum authority, or rather to the maximum, manager? Who then do we escalate our matters to? Do we take it up to the D-head? Do we take it up to the minister? Yeah, that's just my question. Thank you very much.
Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Zamabuya Msibi. I'm from the KwaZulu-Natal Film Commission. And my question essentially is regarding accreditation. So we have a lot of stakeholders that are now interested, after doing training, that are now interested in actually getting themselves accredited. I do understand that the process is now with QCTO, obviously with the support of the SETA. So my question is, I know I always direct them to the website, the MICT SETA website, which has that. But a lot of them are saying that, it's proving difficult for them to maneuver. Is there a contact person in SETA that I can maybe give them a contact number or an email address or someone that they can speak to so they can get that assistance? I think that's my question. Thanks.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Caspar. I'm from an institution called Africa College. My question is, it's actually more of a concern, given that the qualifications are going to retire by 30 June. I'm just worried about post 30 June, what's going to happen beyond that period, given in mind, or bearing in mind that we have already started the process with QCTO. And some of us, I think the applications, we forwarded them last year. So it's now almost maybe 6-7 months since we have applied to the QCTO for the purposes of transitioning to the qualifications that have just been presented there. So should we not get any response from QCTO, what's going to happen in the interim post 30 June? What's the fate of the skills and training providers such as us? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to leave it there. We've had about 5 or 6 questions that have been posed to the panel. Can we deal with that, and then we'll move on to the second set of questions. I'll give over to the CEO to come and address the ones that were pertaining to him. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Claviso, I won't change the mic again. Good question you asked right at the back, my brother. In my address, I think I touched on the challenge that we face of high number of applications that under no circumstances will be accommodated. And part of why we apply for external funding, whether it's your National Skills Fund and your UIF, is deliberately because we know it's impractical to accommodate all stakeholders at a time. And luckily, I served in the DG committee for almost 2 years before I was appointed as the CEO. I was, at the time, Senior Manager responsible for corporate services. I can tell you with brutal honesty that we go through all applications. It's a very, very tiring exercise. That's why when it starts, we ensure that they work off-site to avoid any interruptions. We usually would say work from a particular location. They can work from Durban or Cape Town to avoid any possible interruptions. There is even a template that they use. In that template, it articulates all the requirements that would have been outlined or articulated in the advertisement. And I'll give you a classical example to back up my submission. And I also validated with the senior manager. I worked in supply chain at some point. The challenge that you have, amongst others, it's when we make these submissions, not everyone pays attention to some of the little detail that is outlined. We tend to miss some of these very small requirements that would have been articulated, even when it comes to submission of documents. And if I were to check some of you to say, before you submit, do you get someone to review what you would have populated, what you would have compiled in terms of documents that are accompanying the application? Do you put up a checklist where you tick each and every single requirement to the latter, from number 1 up to number last? And part of why there's always requirements to be met is to ensure quality at the end of the day. So I would urge you to ensure that as you submit, this doesn't give any assurance that you'll be allocated. We must get that clear, because it's impossible. We can't mince words around that to say or make a commitment or promise that if you apply it, you'll be successful. Part of why it's called discretionary grant, unlike mandatory grant, is because it's at the discretion of the SETA, and it's because they know we'll never have enough budget to accommodate everyone. Hence, even in my presentation, I said, if you are allocated this year and allocated in the next year, consider yourself very lucky. That you need to consider applying beyond MICT SETA and consider other SETAs. You need to apply for other government grants, whether it's a National Skills Fund or UIF, because we will never get to a point where we accommodate all of you. If Ernest was to give you the number of applications that we received for 24-25, it's mind-blowing. They actually can't even accommodate Gauteng alone as a province. So key is make sure you pay attention to those little details. We go through each and every single application. The issue of improving communication in terms of response, obviously that will be taken care of, because the question seeks to also say, maybe we are not communicating enough in terms of getting into the details per that spreadsheet to say, where did I miss the point? Even if that doesn't say if you would have met all the requirements, it's a guarantee that you would have been allocated. It doesn't mean that, but we will still ensure that we communicate much better. Even if you are declined purely on the basis that we are oversubscribed, it's budget, we will put that in the response to say, you met the requirements, but unfortunately, the target has been met. You know, that kind of communication is equally important. We will do exactly that. Thanks very much.
I need to say something here. So I think the CEO has addressed this thing, but I think it's important to emphasize this thing. Over and above it being a discretionary grant, one of the key things that we should know is that there is a fixed budget that we're working on. If we said, I think it's important to illustrate this thing so that we don't walk here with people thinking that there is something that's underhanded that's happening somewhere. Uzobona sebezongena ofisini lakho bekubuza ukuthi hey wena why ningasinikezi. So the budget is set, and the uptake from you guys far exceeds. I think you exceeded by how much in the last one?
More than 470 million, I think.
The uptake for those who qualified, forget about those who did not qualify, was exceeding the available budget by almost $500 million, right? We can't spend money that we do not have. unless we are applying to go to jail, I'm still young to go to jail. So we can't do that. We can't do that. So I think a central question that is very important that was asked, do you go through all of these? This is part of the reason why there's delays in issuing these SLAs now, right? We should have, by April, we had intended when we closed in September, that by the 1st of April, everybody who qualified and has made it would have been having their SLA in hand, signed and sealed. But it didn't happen purely because the uptake is so much that it takes much more time than we would have anticipated. I mean, over 4,000, somewhere around that region. It's thousands, literally thousands of applicants that must be sifted. We have to go through one, who meets the basic criteria that's set, who complies, then who addresses the requirements and priority areas that we have set ourselves, which is also public. And once we have done that, we then have to see who do the vetting and see who qualifies to, who has got the capacity to deliver on a particular project that they had applied for. And all that process is not simple. The reason that it takes long is because they get into the detail of it, because the Auditor General will come back and audit us. And when we decide that company X has got the capability to deliver, we must prove to AG when they pick up and say, how did you... let me tell you, colleagues, when we are audited, probably don't know this, Auditor General wants minutes and record of the committee, that's called the discretionary committee. As it sits, we give the Auditor General, an independent institution, minutes of how did we arrive at a particular decision and not the other, right? So there is no way that the CEO can go to a party somewhere and have his friend and say, hey, we got DG there, you may come and I will sort you out. It won't happen. It won't happen because we were complaining at one stage that it's almost a forensic investigation when it comes to this thing of DG grants. It's almost a forensic investigation. They want the smallest detail. We complain about it only because it takes too much time, not because it is wrong to do so, because we must act and our actions must be beyond reproach, right? We must not seem like we're hiding anything. Now, someone was saying, if I complain, am I going to raise this? Who must I talk to? I call the minister and so on? I can tell you, you can call the minister. But the minister will tell you one thing, go to MICT SETA and ask them. And they will ask us. But the CEO is correct in saying we need to improve. And I'm not saying we should not improve how we communicate, right? We should and must improve. Some will not be allocated and yet they qualify, but purely because the resources are not enough for everybody. Because the other option that we would have is that of saying, and which probably will collapse all of you. I can tell you the next option. If we said all of you here, who are here, submitted applications, and then we say, okay, fine, we've got R500 million to spread, and then there's these applications that are this much. Then we start saying, okay, fine, in KZN, there's these 1,000 applicants. Let's give them each 5. It's irrational. It doesn't make sense. And it won't make an impact. Because we won't be addressing the skill now, we'll be addressing a different issue that is not necessarily a problem. You know, we would be prescribing cough mixture for someone who's having a running tummy. And that will not be helpful. So let's agree that not all of us will have the same opportunity at the same time. And it's going to be, and no one has got a permanent seat. There's no United Nations Security Council here where there are people who've got veto power and permanent seats. No one has got a permanent seat in that. By so saying, I'm saying no organization must feel I have a right to be awarded. I've heard the CEO telling me he got a call. Was there somebody from KZN? I think. Yeah, from somebody from KZN asking, yeah, why are you not giving me this year?
No, I have a problem. No, why? Why? I want you to know. Explain to me. Why are you not giving me this year? I can tell you now, we will not offer that explanation because we do not owe you that explanation. Particularly when you come with an attitude that I've got a right to be awarded. No one has got a right to be awarded. Every one of you are on an equal footing. You can't say, so, because if you say you've got a God-given right to be awarded, you are saying others do not. And that is wrong. We will not be adhering to the constitution of the country, that of ensuring fairness and equitability. We will be treating others different to the others. And we can't do that. So I thought, I know my voice at times can be abrasive. I'm as soft as it can be. Believe me. This is the softest person you can ever find anyway. But I'm just expressing what is the truth. So I would rather have you, all you guys here, hate me for the truth that I told you than love me for the lies that I tell you that will catch up with me tomorrow. Thank you. I expected that there will be no clapping of hands for this.
Colleagues, I'm literally going to take 3 questions. There was a gentleman in the front with the blue shirt, at the back rather. Can we get a mic there? Please, thanks. A gentleman over here. One last question. Going. Yeah, thanks.
Hi, hello. Name is Mbege Zedizaba. Actually, I'm new. I'm interested in the program, and I was hoping to learn most from the engagement from the people with the experience. Actually, I'm a little bit disappointed, really. I'm disappointed from my fellow people. What is the purpose of these programs? Is it to help other people to reach a certain level where we can better ourselves? Or are we here for the stipends? Because nobody has said anything that is tangible, that how can we go deeper to unearth the people, the deserving people, for training. There is a gentleman who said, he spoke about they train people for themselves. That is very good, man. Nobody's going to train those people for you, except you take that stand and go unearth people to train you, to train them yourselves. There is a gentleman here, he spoke about animation. That he is having difficulties, but he is doing something. My people, where are you? Where are you, my people? Where do you go down to other to townships and unearth those people who are deserving for these programs? All we come here is to complain how we're not getting the grants and how we're not doing this and that. What is it that we are doing for ourselves? What is it are we doing for the communities? Is this enough to come here and have tea and talk about all these other things, the stumbling blocks that we get? My brother, there is a brother who asked about if we do not get responses on what do we do. When M4 is closed on your way to town, you find an alternative route. You get to town. Can you please start using our upstairs? Please, I'm so sorry to use this kind of language, but this is sickening. Come on.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, can I use the stakeholder engagement to engage as a stakeholder? My question is cross-cutting between the CEO and Netley. Recently, stakeholders have been vetted and they are waiting for SLAs. And on the other hand, we have that proclamation that says end of June, no new recruitments. Knowing very well that May in South Africa is a very bad month. We've got elections, nothing tangible can happen in May. That leaves us with only 30 days to recruit, upload these learners before the end of June. When can we get SLAs so that we can start recruitment as early as possible, so that if we miss the 30 June deadline, can you get assurance that we can get an extension from QC to recruit these learners and upload? Thank you.
And the last question.
Thank you. My name is Brian from Age Training. My question is more based on learning material. Last year, if I'm not mistaken, we were given a green light from MICT that they will be developing on behalf of the SDPs, the occupational qualifications. And it was said that by April this year, the process will be almost maybe halfway or finalized. But there has been nothing done at the moment. So I tried to make a follow-up as of last week. I was speaking with a lady from Johannesburg, and she said they are still yet to appoint a service provider, and they haven't started any development at this stage. So my question is there anything, maybe some sort of a document that you can submit to QCDO stating that MICT will be developing on behalf of providers? Because with some of the SETAs, of which we already started with the process, they managed to give us some sort of a document to submit to QCDO stating that they will be developing on behalf of SDPs, then the process can move forward and we can get accredited. So far with MICT, everything is just not yet, I'd say, we haven't, what's the word? It's unclear in terms of the way forward, because we had, using the information that we received last year, we did apply with the QCDO. So they appointed a consultant to come and do an audit. So everything was fine. So the report was left open. There was no further in terms of we are recommended or not recommended for qualifications. Okay. Yeah. So they want something from the MICT saying that they will be developing on behalf of providers.
Okay. Thank you for the clarity provided in that. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to then call upon Ms. Nelson to just come and deal with quite a number of areas within the quality assurance perspective. I think there's been quite a number of delegates that have raised the issue of accreditation, KZN Film Commission, dynamity training, and then obviously ACE training. I'll give over to Gugu Sema to just respond to that one. And before I call on Ms. Nelson, there was a lady, I think in the blue, that highlighted a query escalation problem in terms of what is it that you then need to do, who is the highest that you need to engage in. I think after this session, I'll have a one-on-one with you, because I think it's quite frustrating that you're not receiving the service that you are, and we'll try and escalate. I will try and escalate your issue personally. Thanks.
Let me just touch it because it will be very brief. Thanks very much, Omiso. There was a question around SLAs from you, my brother, as to when are they being issued to those who qualified. Not everybody who qualified will be issued an SLA. You must still keep that in mind. The process has started of releasing SLAs. It actually started last week, and we'll be issuing them the conventional way. We wanted them released, issued through the integrated learner management system, but we're not yet there. They will be issued manually to the stakeholders who, through the process that would have been undertaken by the DG committee, were qualifying. For the benefit of everybody, just forgot earlier on, there's an email there on the website. It's marked DG queries. That's where, when you have a query, you can then raise it through that platform. Beyond the DG committee, there's what we call DG review committee that would then address the query that would have been raised. But truth be told, we love you very much as our stakeholders. I can tell you that. If it was possible for us, we'll give you 1-1, but still, it's not practical to give you 1 learner each. It's impossible. Let's make peace with that and ensure that we diversify our businesses. Don't have MICT SETA as your only game changer, because we don't want your business to go under. It will collapse if that's the practice. Have a number of other sources so that it's sustainable. We want you as MSMEs to grow and to get to medium, but it's impractical to grow only with MICT SETA. Thank you very much. Natalie.
Thanks, CEO. I'll take the first question from the gentleman called Isaac in the Free State, Digital Hubs. So the MICT SETA still does site approval. You would need to pivot to our website. Under stakeholder information, there's an application form. You would then request for site approval. You would be requested to submit a list of documentation, including a service level agreement with the site where you seek to implement your training. So we still do provide for an additional site. The second question linked to the animation studio. I didn't get the gentleman's name, my apologies. But yes, I'd request if we could take the discussion offline just to ascertain where your application is. It is unusual that it would take a period of 2 years. It could be that the application was closed after we didn't receive the necessary documentation, or it could have been lost in translation, but let's have an offline discussion so we can pick that up and try and assist you. In terms of the question from Zamabuya, in terms of accreditation, the SETA no longer facilitates accreditation on historical training programs. What we do is, if you have proven that you have learners in enrollment by the 30th of June 2024, we automatically will extend your accreditation in line with the last date of achievement. That is the 30th of June 2027, to give you the opportunity to continue to implement, close off, and then exit the learners. In terms of support with the QCTO, you can channel that in and through. I think earlier we had contact details up. Our ETQA manager is available to assist you and put you in contact with the relevant colleagues at the QCTO to assist you with fast-tracking that process. Casper, your question with regard to transitioning and the fate of skills development providers who have not yet received feedback. Again, I would request that you engage with Ms. Lisha Singh and just indicate or submit copies of information linked to your application with QCTO. Ultimately, I think the question that you're asking is, do skills development providers who were historically accredited exist after the 30th of June 2024? If you do not have learners in enrollment, you would then be considered a provider in application should you have submitted your application to the QCTO. There is no automatic transition from historical accreditation into occupational accreditation. You would need to apply directly with the QCTO. In terms of the gentleman, the second part of your question around the last date of enrollment, and I suppose this also responds to a part of your question, Casper. We have engaged directly with QCTO as well as SAQA on looking at qualifications that we have realigned already and submitted to both parties for the evaluation, but have not yet been registered on the NQF. They are in discussions around whether these qualifications in terms of the last date of enrollment can be extended up to and including then 2026. We do not yet have feedback from SAQA or from the QCTO, so we do take it as the last date of enrollment stands at 2024, at 30th of June 2024. However, colleagues, I think it's important at the time that you are applying for a DG, you would have planned to say, I am requesting for this DG because I have an idea of implementing this particular program. At that stage, you would have already started to think about recruitment or start recruiting. And this is not to make promises to the learners, but it is certainly to have a bank of learners that are available that you can onboard directly onto the program should your SRA be successful. Because it is instances like that that also then delay your payments as requested the tranche payments ahead of implementation of training is when you haven't done the recruitment before. It's also important to note that you've requested for an implementation or you've requested for a DG grant. You know what the minimum requirements are or entry requirements are into the qualifications for the learners to have. So planning is key. I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Ms. Sima, to take us through the question on learning materials.
Thanks, Natalie. You're quite right on the learning material. This is a commitment that we have made in 2019 when we were communicating to the stakeholder that we will develop the qualification. We are also committed as a SETA that we will also be developing learning materials. Last year, we have also indicated that we will go out on a tender for the learning material developers. We have had challenges with that. We went out 3 times without finding the suitable developers, but on the 4th time, that's where we managed to secure 4 panel of developers. They are now on board. The process has started. We do apologize for the delays. We have started with about 3 qualification developing materials for AI, cloud, as well as IoT. We envisage to have these materials available on or before the end of June. Once we are done, we will communicate to the entire sector and also indicate how to access the learning material. Thank you.
Colleagues, let us not leave the engagement here. I'm going to encourage us during lunch to engage with our colleagues. We've got our Durban office that is here. Our senior management team is here from all our core divisions. We could be here the entire afternoon, I think, if we gave everybody a chance. So let's utilize the opportunity to network. Would you like to? Oh, all right. I'm going to actually hand over to the chairperson of the board, who will give us the closing remarks, and he will obviously lead us to the end of the proceedings today. I'll just make an announcement for lunch after he has closed the program. Thank you.
So, thank you. Who said this is a playground? South Africa's playground. Yeah, so I think tourism people should pay you for advertising. Actually, we should all be ambassadors to advertise this province. I was not born in this province, but I've spent a significant time of my province in this province, and I was educated in this province as well. My university is that I went to is here, so I very much claim part of this province. Yeah. So it is a beautiful province, and I think the people are beautiful in this province and largely misunderstood. And I do understand them because I've stayed with them for over a decade now. Even when he comes trying to intimidate me, I don't get fazed at all because I know how they are. So that's on a lighter note. Colleagues, thanks for making time. The contributions that you make and complaints that you raise, suggestions that you make are invaluable. They make us to go back and think. None of us, including me, has got a God-given right or a birthright to be in this organization. So this is not ours, right? This is a public organization. It's an organization belonging to the people of South Africa, right? So we must treat it as such. It's not a personal entity. We are privileged to be here, and we believe that there could be other people who could do even a better job than us. If we think that, we then are going to carry ourselves in such a manner that respects the people of this country. And we do respect you. That respect does not mean we're always going to agree on everything. When we must agree that there will be areas that where we see things differently, and let's persuade each other for the sake of the progress of this country. And I think I must make mention of this point because I think it's important. Those who do not get successful when they lodge applications for the discretionary grant. When we arrived here, or when I arrived here, 2020, one of the things that we found was that there was relatively few companies that were given huge numbers, right? I even had a term that I used and said there are companies that have colonized the MICT SETA. I remember there was one program that I found here that had 1,000 learners, but only 340 something graduated, right? And I asked, what happens to this thing? And we then said, I persuaded the board and let's take a decision. We stopped this nonsense of people who have got a God-given right to be allocated big numbers at the expense of everybody else. So we cut down on that. We even at one stage reduced numbers to say nobody's going to exceed 80, and 80 was the absolute maximum. But we have since relaxed it now to 150, 150 as the maximum. But we also found that there were people who were given learners that are 5, which did not make business sense to me, because the overheads of this person are fixed, whether he's training 10 or 5, but the overheads are fixed. So it wouldn't make business sense. And I said, let's look at what would be reasonable. And I think we upped it to 25, I think?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we said 25. However, that said, we also said there would be certain situations where there would be lesser numbers. Make an example. You're not going to find a room full of people training for radio in all probability, because there's not going to be host employers in any way that are able to absorb that number. So in all likelihood, there will be a few, 4 or 5 people that are linked to a radio station. I'm making an example. In that case, you can justify why the number is small. So we are trying the best that we can, that the little that we have, let us share it to the extent that it is practical, possible, and making business sense to you as well. That's why we will not be able to respond to each and every one of you at the same time. But no one should give up and say, no, that SETA is not for me. I don't think we should do that. I must also say, I was once in a training space. I even left that entity. I was accredited with local government, SETA. For years, I finished years, I never got awarded, not once. But I never ever went to them and say, yeah, why ningang nigis? I didn't do that. I took it that somebody better than me has been given an opportunity, and it was not my time, and I must accept it. But we're not saying people must give up and say we will never. Particularly those who are focusing on rural areas, because that's a very critical area that we feel it's neglected. Let's go and propose solutions and deliver the skill in these areas. And I think we will win. With time, all of us will be able to move and march together and see this country going to strength, from strength to strength, and being a successful country. And any country that has to be successful, it has to be concerned with the skilling of its own people to contribute into the economy. Today, they talk about digital economy, and that's where you're playing. Let's all work together to make this country big. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I promise you I'm not making a career-limiting move by coming up on the podium after you've closed the session. Mine is just to make an announcement. Colleagues, you'll see a QR code that has been projected. We ask you, please, if you can evaluate the session today, the proceedings as well as the speakers. We'd like to hear from you. It's the only way that we can actually improve on our ongoing stakeholder engagements. And then just two quick announcements. Lunch is being served at the restaurant, so as you exit, you go straight past the passage to your right-hand side, you will see the restaurant. And can we also request all the delegates to hand in their parking tickets at the registration desks such that you can be given or have your ticket validated rather. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, bon appetit. Thank you.